Hey, what's up, everybody? Can you guys hear me? I think you guys are here. I think everything is set up. I think people are popping in and out, so I'll just give them a minute to get in here. Steve, what's up, buddy? Just give everybody a minute or two to get in here before I start up. I don't really have anything drastic planned for today, just touching some bases. I have a few stories that I'd like to tell you guys, a few experiences, and a couple other little things. Hey, what's up, Kendall? Kendall was my very first ever consultation, man. So give him a big thumbs up. Shout out to Kendall. I just started doing some consultations, and he was my first guy ever. And nice conversation. Hopefully, I helped him out. Big thumbs up. About the same, Steve. About the same. Actually, I was supposed to get a video up today, but I forgot that I didn't have the intro for it. So I have to add the intro for it. I might have it up in the morning, but if not, it should be up tomorrow night. So my new video should be up within the next 24 hours, if not a little bit less. Okay, you got the Visa app. Jammer Travels, what's up, buddy? Good to see you back. So what day did you do that Visa? So if you did it, we're a day behind. So if you did it, I think you either did it Monday or you did it Tuesday. So if you did it Monday, you will probably, assuming everything went good, you'll probably get your Visa back Friday. If you did it Tuesday, the earliest you would get it back is Friday. And if not, you'll probably get it back Monday. Okay, Tuesday. So how I always get it is I always allow 3 days: Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I usually get it on the fourth business days. But I have gotten it a few times on the third day. So for you, I would expect it the earliest Friday. And I think probably if not, you'll probably get it Monday on that. A video consultation. We just post this in the room. In it. Yeah, so I guess we got 9 people in here. Wow, a lot more than I expected this quick. I'm just gonna kind of go over some basic topics. I'm gonna talk about some experiences, and then if you guys have any questions, I will glance down there and answer your guys' questions. What's the first thing that I wanted to touch on today? Real quick, I'll knock it out of the way. Hey, what's up, Daryl? So I just opened up doing my consultation sessions. So I do two different, right now, as of now, I do two different styles. I do a 30-minute and a 1 hour video consultation. So those are the two things that I'm doing right now. I'm also looking to see what other kind of services you guys might want. I have in the back of my mind maybe doing a Visa help you out type of service where I will get on my computer and show you my desktop, and you'll book that session. It'll be a one-on-one session, and I can kind of walk you through that. So that's my other priority that I'm thinking about. And as Kendall knows, I'm still trying to get up the in-person service where I'll meet you at the airport. I'll get you set up with a SIM card. I'll get you back to your hotel. I'll show you around the neighborhood. I'll show you the restaurants, the market, and if you want, I could set you up with a rental agent for a longer term place. So that's basically the stuff that I wanted to touch on real quick about the consultation stuff. My link is right there pinned. If you guys want to book a one-on-one consultation, you can click on that. I have a 30-minute session and a 1-hour session, so you can book one into the other. That's kind of the business that I just wanted to get out front at the beginning. I spoke about uploading my next video probably tomorrow. It's going to be a daily, how much is my daily food budget? That's going to be up tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will check that out. What else was I thinking? Oh, I kind of think that last video that I posted, the 6 travel apps, it kind of didn't look like it did too well. So it kind of bombed or didn't do as well as my other video. So I'm thinking you guys didn't really like the travel app. So I kind of will scrap any kind of apps or anything. But whatever you guys want to see, man, I aim to shoot for what you guys want. I hate to put out videos just because of the effort that you guys don't want to watch. So maybe you guys can throw around some comments of what stuff. Obviously, I know you guys love the apartment videos. I know you guys love the visa videos, but I would love to know some other ideas. Spicy Roads, what's up? Chris Foster, yes. Hey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I got that service. I got my the consultation going on. I'm still working on some other stuff. What I really like is my buddy showed me how to set up and streamline my channel. So what's awesome, I don't know if you guys can see this, but now all my services, anything that you guys want, if you guys want to follow me on Facebook, if you want to follow me on Instagram, if you want to support the channel, the booking a consultation session, it's all on my Facebook page now, or I'm sorry, it's all on my YouTube page. So if you guys go to my YouTube page, it's simple to get there, and you guys can check it out. So shout out to my buddy Gio in the Philippines. He does a vlog too. He's the one that showed me how to set up those links and get it all streamlined and nice and neat. So a big thumbs up to Gio. Yeah, Daryl, I think what I've been getting from the feedback is a lot of people, especially Americans, are nervous about what happens at the first step once they get off the plane. So I think they're worried about that. And that's, I think, why I really focus on that in-person service that I'm going to provide and offer. Because basically I'll take care of everything. I will basically pick you up from the airport. I'll get you on the Grab or the InDrive is what I like to use. And I can take you to the right bank to pull out your money. I can get you back to your hotel. And then basically it would span over probably a 2 or 3 day thing. Wouldn't be the whole day. It would be maybe an hour each day where I offer different services, show you around the neighborhood, show you where your ATMs are, show you where your grocery stores, go take you to a couple of hotels or apartments. So just general things like that. The hospitals, I luckily have not had to go to a hospital. I just don't ever go to hospitals really. But I've heard good things and bad things about the hospitals here, so I can't really speak on that. I do know they're much cheaper here than in the USA though. Canada, what's up, Sean? Actually, you know what's crazy? Speaking of Canada, I'll touch on this topic real quick. So this was kind of an inspiring story for me. I mentioned that I didn't shoot my intro for my video that I'm about to put out. So I wanted to go on the balcony and get a little shot. I walked out there and I guess I ran into my new neighbors. I didn't know I had new neighbors, but they're on the balcony next door to me. And I was doing my YouTube. And they're like, "Oh, you do the YouTube channel." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm doing a YouTube." Shocking thing, guys from Canada. Well, 2 guys were from Canada. And they go, "Man, I watch your channel." And I was like, wow, like I feel like I'm a small time YouTuber. So I was blown away that they watched my channel. But long story short, he basically said, "I watched your channel. I've never traveled to Asia before. I watched your Da Nang videos, and you're a huge reason why I ended up coming to Danong. And I was kind of blown away. And, I was like, wow, I appreciate that. And then the odds of him coming from Canada, seeing my videos, I guess they showed it to him while he was in Canada. Then he just accidentally somehow booked the place in my giant condo. He ends up as my next door neighbor. Literally, our places are connected. And then to run into him just basically in that, it was kind of crazy. So a shout out to him. His name was Tim, and the other guy's name is Miles. So I'm not sure if they're watching. They said they do watch some videos. So I appreciate that. And it was kind of a nice compliment that he watches my videos. That's the second person that's ever ran into that said they watch my videos. So more shocking, and I was kind of flabbergasted when I heard that. So that was a cool little thing. So that kind of made me tie into Canada. Sorry about that, Sean. I kind of went off on a little story. Could grow over time as people find it necessary. Yep. InDrive, good. InDrive. I recommend InDrive 1,000%. Grab is always a good one. I use Grab personally for food delivery rather than transportation. I would say use InDrive for your rides, use Grab delivery for your food deliveries. Travel insurance. So I've always got away with never having travel insurance. People tell me how bad of a decision that is, but I've never had travel insurance. I do know there's some cheap companies, I guess. And someone that I spoke to said they were about $100 a month, but I've rolled the dice and never had the travel insurance. Have I experienced any problems? I have not overall, luckily. I have heard people mention in some of the places, not here, not in any of my places, but I heard mold is kind of a problem in Danong. So people, when they go check out apartments, always look for mold, look on the ceiling, look behind different furniture and stuff like that. But I've heard mold could be a problem. I've never ran into it. And cockroaches. I've heard people mention cockroaches. I think those are your two biggest things that you're going to run into is those two issues, basically. So speaking on bugs and speaking on that, that's the major issue that I've seen. Now, you will, when you're walking out here, you'll see rats. I've seen a few big rats out here in the street that are running across the street, and cockroaches. Those are the two things that you will run into. Ants, yeah, I've seen a few ants. Sometimes it depends on the ants. Ants are hit or miss. Yeah, I'm just kind of a cheap kind of guy, and even when I was in USA, I really almost hardly ever had insurance unless my job provided it. But I've worked independently for a long time, and I've always never really did the travel insurance or insurance back in the USA at all. But I never go to the hospitals. I just don't do it. It's just something I don't do. But I would recommend it for other people because actually I got hurt. I got injured in the Philippines. I twisted my ankle pretty bad. I was stepping into a tricycle and I just completely judged where the street was. I was up about this high. I thought I was stepping into the street or stepping into the tricycle, and I just completely twisted my ankle. When I came down, it was about a foot drop, and at first I couldn't even stand. And then the next day, all the way from my ankle up to my knee was just purple. It was bruised for about a good 2 weeks. I had to limp. If I would have had travel insurance, I might have went to the hospital, but like I said, I kind of have a fear of hospitals, and I just don't go anyways. But it probably would have been good if I would have checked that out, but I just didn't do it. Anybody that hasn't subscribed, I would appreciate if you guys hit the subscribe button. I'm almost up to 1,600 subscribers now. This is crazy. I remember back when I was at 300, 400. I remember back when I was at 200 subscribers. So we're currently at 1,573. It would be nice maybe if we can hit that 1,600 mark. So hopefully we'll hit that 1,600 mark. I have not gotten sick from any of the food, so I've been lucky on that. I don't normally get sick from food no matter where I go. Um, so I would say in general, no, I haven't got sick. I'm very either I have a great stomach that just doesn't get sick, or I've just picked the right places. But I eat street food, I eat banh mi. The only thing I really do avoid, I avoid water, especially if I don't see it come out of a sealed bottle pretty much. And I try to avoid things with ice unless it's that special ice that has the little circles in it. It looks like real professionally grade ice. I will take my chance with that kind of ice and drink that. But if it's just regular chunked ice, I will probably not drink it. That would probably be the biggest thing that I would say. Yeah. Also, the food, even when you go get the street food here, it's made practically to order. If you get a banh mi, maybe the meat might not be cooked to order, but it is cooked, and then they will put it back on the grill. But when you go to sit down restaurants, they will basically cook your order right then. Like we get food all the time, and they literally put it in the pan from raw to finished, and it comes out steaming. Like all my places are always hot, nice and crispy, hot food. So I don't really worry about food out here. I did get so the only time I did get sick, I got COVID. I got COVID twice in Bangkok, but that was 2022. I got it two different times, both shockingly in Bangkok. Not sure why or what, but I got it two different times in Bangkok. So I've actually had COVID three times total. Once in the USA, it hit me pretty good for about 28 days, maybe even a little more. It took me out pretty good. And then the second time was very, very mild. And then the second time was very mild. And the only reason why I knew I had COVID was because I was flying out of Bangkok to go to the Philippines, and I took the test at the time in the Philippines. You had to take the swab test to get into the Philippines. And I went back to my hotel. And when I got the results, they said I was positive. So I couldn't fly out. So I ended up staying in Bangkok for about a month. Um, and then I left Bangkok, came here to Da Nang for a few months, returned back to Bangkok and got COVID again, I think like 3 months or so later. What don't I like about living in the Philippines? Okay, so I get this question all the time. I'm going to probably answer the easiest way to answer that question is I tell people to go to the Philippines only for these three reasons. If you're not going for two or three of these reasons, I would in general avoid the Philippines. I would only go to the Philippines if you're terrified of being in a country that doesn't speak English. If English is a major priority, go there for English. The second for most people is dating or women. That's the second reason to go to the Philippines. The third reason is the long-term visa. The long-term visa basically means you get 3 years without ever having to get on a plane and leave the Philippines. So you have to kind of be going to the Philippines for those three priority reasons. But I would never tell someone to go to the Philippines because it's cheap, because it's not compared to what you get in Vietnam or Thailand. I would never tell anyone to go to the Philippines because the food is the best and it's unbelievable, because I still think Thailand food and Vietnam food is better. Um, your value out there, so the internet doesn't work as good. Your SIM card's not going to work as good. You're going to get much less bang for your buck in the Philippines. So unless you're going out there for two or three of those reasons that I mentioned, I would say avoid the Philippines. The Philippines is great for someone that's the perfect ideal person. The perfect ideal person to go to the Philippines is an older American retired person that doesn't care that they're overspending. They have a nice budget. They love English. They don't want to deal with any hassle. They don't want to have to get on any visa runs, and they're there to meet women. That's the ideal person that wants to go to the Philippines. The person that wants to go to Thailand is someone that wants much more entertainment. They want to have the better transportation like the BTS. They want to have the better food. They want to have the luxury malls, the whole Bangkok, Thailand type of lifestyle. The person that wants to go to Vietnam wants the 90% lifestyle that you get in Thailand. You do miss out a little bit compared to Thailand from Vietnam, but you get it at a much discounted 30% discount rate in Vietnam than it is in Thailand. Yeah, like I said, kind of the Catholic part kind of ties into the English or the Western mentality. I would rank, if you took money out of the equation, I would rank Thailand probably slightly better choice overall to go to country wise than Vietnam. But when you add in the factor of money for your value, Vietnam beats Thailand all day. And both of those countries, Thailand and Vietnam, outrank the Philippines for me. I've never been there. But you're the second person that's mentioned that. I had a lady that did a consultation with me, and she asked me about, I think you pronounce it Phu Quoc. It's the island. I guess it's kind of like the Boracay of Vietnam, or it would be something like a Koh Samui of Vietnam. I've never been there. I heard it's a little expensive, but I did hear it's kind of cool to go to. If I stayed in Vietnam long term, I would probably end up going there at least once, but I don't really know much about it and I haven't been to it yet. So I'm not sure about that spot. And the weird thing about it is I didn't know this, and I heard it kind of as a technicality, but you don't need a visa to land there. So if you flew from USA to Phu Quoc, you would not need a visa. But then the loophole and the tricky part is you need a visa to fly from Phu Quoc to any other part of Vietnam. So it's like a little loophole, but then it kind of doesn't work in the long run anyways. I have not been to Cambodia yet. That was a place that I was debating about going to. AE, what's up, buddy? I was leaning towards going to Cambodia on one of these border runs, maybe for a week or something like that. But then I kind of did some more research and I found that basically you still get better value at a cheaper rate in Vietnam than Cambodia. And then the logistics of getting to Cambodia was a lot harder and it just really wasn't worth it. So there's not a direct flight from Da Nang to Cambodia, at least as far as I looked into. So you basically would have to fly from here to Bangkok, get on a second plane, fly from Bangkok to Cambodia. It wasn't cheap. I think there's only like 3 airlines that go into Cambodia. And I think like a one-way was like $160. It was a lot. Hey, what's up? Coffee with Steve. And it was like $160. And everybody told me, like, for the value and for what you get, it's just not the same as Vietnam. So I do visa runs twice. I've done them, not twice, I've done them about 8 to 10 times, but I do them 2 separate ways. My visa runs are either on a flight from Da Nang to Bangkok. If I do it flight wise, it's the cheapest, it's the easiest, it's the shortest amount of time. Now, what I've been doing recently, my last time doing a border run, and my border run comes up again October, I'm going to do the bus. So I do the bus from Da Nang to Laos. So I did that. I have a video up there, The Truth. If you want to go see that, I actually have 2 visa. I have a visa interview with the agency, and I have a visa video of the actual bus run. So you might want to check out that visa bus run. It's a nice bus, reclining seats, AC. You can charge your phone in it. It takes you about 12 hours. It's a 12-hour day, about 4.5 hours into Cambodia. Then you hang around in Cambodia for about 2 hours. And then you have a little lunch break before you get back on the bus. and then another 4.5 hours back on the bus to Danong. I just applied for the visa today. What else? What's easiest? Got an apartment, upfront contract, walk around. So how I tell everybody is land here, book your first hotel. Book your hotel for 2, 3, 4 days, whatever you feel comfortable booking that you think will take you to get an apartment. Once you land here, get settled in, maybe rest that first night. The next day, walk around your area or get on Facebook expat group, which is how I found my place. Get on the Facebook expat group, make a post, say, hey, I'm here from X date to X date. I'm looking for a 1 bedroom. I'm looking for a studio. I'm looking for a 2 bedroom. I want to pay X amount of dollars. Here's my requirements. Must have a balcony, must have this, under $400 a month. Do that, post that on Facebook, and then you'll get a ton of agents. You'll get a ton of landlords that will message you. And at that point, you're staying at the hotel. Try to set up the appointments all on the same day or roughly at the same time. While you're in your hotel, you'll have 3 days there. Go take a look at the apartments. And then from that point, make your decision on your apartment. That's how I tell everybody to do it. What's new? It's official. I've seen somebody said something. It's official. Oh, okay, Steve. So it's official. Did you do your visa yet? And what's your date that you're coming here? Cambodian people are nice. Food isn't Siem Reap. So yeah, there's Siem Reap, and the other city is slipping my name. How can I forget the other city? Slipping my. I know it'll pop up in a minute, but I would eventually like to get to Cambodia. My goal is to go to 100 countries. I would love to be like Drew Binsky and hit every single country in the world, which is shocking that he actually accomplished that. I think he was the 200th person in the world to ever go to every single country in the world. So I would love to do that if I live long enough, but there's obviously conflict in the world, so that goal might be hard to get. But my goal is definitely to go to 100 countries. So Cambodia would definitely be on that list. I would have to hit up everything in Asia, Europe, Africa, lots of countries. So that will definitely be on the list a little bit further down the road. Chiang Mai, ATM raining. Oh, okay. At the moment, raining. Okay, it's not raining here. It's actually rained a few days ago, but it's fine now. I've been to Chiang Mai back in 2019 too. Do you need to do a large deposit? Is it flexible? So I always negotiate the deposit. Luckily, I don't pay any deposit at any of the places I've ever been to. But when I was doing the apartment search videos that you guys have seen on my channel, they wanted a full month up front for the deposit. And 90% of the time I was able to negotiate it. I was saying, hey, I'll pay half the deposit. And they would usually agree to that. So negotiate your rent, negotiate your deposit for sure. Yeah, I made the video on the visa run. I'm going to do another visa run in about a week and a half. And I'm really wanting to do a better video on it, more in depth. But I just don't know if you guys want to see a second bus visa run. But if you guys do, I will do another video and it'll be a little more in depth and I'll try to make it a little bit different. Can I buy you a coffee or something? Oh man, I would love to. So all the links are on my YouTube page. So like I was telling people earlier, if you just go into my YouTube page real quick, where is it at right here? All my links, I've streamlined them. My buddy Gio in the Philippines, he helped me out. So if you go to my YouTube page right here, all my links are right there. So you can buy me a coffee. You could book a 1-hour consultation that I just started doing this week. I have a 30-minute consultation. I have follow me on my Facebook page, follow me on my Instagram page. I have a PayPal support me. Same thing as a buy me a coffee. So if you guys ever want to do that, I appreciate it 1,000%. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. So if you guys are ever interested in consultations, I do consultations. I just started them, but I have a 30-minute consultation for $25 and I do a 1-hour consultation for $50. I'm going to probably do the in-person meet and greet consultation to get you from your hotel or get you from your airport to your hotel and everything. But I just haven't added that to the services yet. But I appreciate the tip. I really, really appreciate it a tremendous amount. Let me go back up. I think I missed a couple of your guys' stuff. Long term. You could do that. So you have the choice. I would recommend. So here's what I'm going to tell you guys about: is an apartment or is a hotel better for you? Apartment's better for me because of these reasons. I like a larger living space. I like big. As you guys can see, I'm in a 2-bedroom here. It's a little bit too big for me, but I still like the size. I like a separate living room. So I don't like the studios because you have everything in the same area. And I like the kitchen. So I cook a lot. So that's for me. But if you guys don't cook, which it kind of doesn't really make sense to cook in Vietnam because food is almost as cheap to go eat out that it is to cook, then you guys might be better off booking a hotel. And you can get decent hotels here for a good amount of price. A cheap hotel out here is about $8 a day. I know someone that stayed at an $8 hotel in my same neighborhood, and they didn't have a problem with it. It wasn't a luxury place or nothing like that, but it was definitely perfectly fine for their needs. I stay at a hotel right down the street when I do stay at hotels, and I believe it's like $17. So you can get great hotels at a great price. And then at that point, you don't have a deposit, you don't have a month-to-month contract, and you don't have an electricity bill. So if you guys are not worried about the larger space, if you're not worried about the living room, and you're not worried about you don't want to pay electricity, that might be the route that you guys want to do. Is there not a problem with listing budget since I saw your video saying that they charge you? Sebastian, explain that again. Is there not a problem with listing budget since I saw your video saying that they charge you more or maximum? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but ask your question again. Going in December, going to do a visa in November. Okay, so you're coming here. So yeah, I recommend, Steve, try to do your visa. Try to do it. I always try to tell people do it a little bit sooner than later. I would recommend you doing it at least 1 month ahead of time because sometimes people will get their visa sent back and you got to fix things. And every time you have to fix something, it adds an extra 3 to 5 days. So try to do that a month ahead of time. Do you know any apartments in Chiang Mai? I do not. I only stayed in Chiang Mai about 5 days or so. And that was in 2019. I stayed at a decent place, I think, when I was there, but I don't remember it. But I kind of stayed in the main area where all the digital nomads are in the market. So I'm pretty sure you would find the same places that I would find. Do you know any apartments? Surprisingly, English is better in Cambodia. I am not surprised because in Cambodia, they do use the US dollar. I don't know how much that transfers over to the English, but they do use the US dollar. Issues with rent. I have not had anything. No, so I've never had that issue. You can always walk away. Assuming you don't, if you had a contract, then obviously they won't raise the rent. But if you had a month to month and then they tried to raise it the next month, you can walk away and you can go find a new place. But I've never had that issue. Donovan, so that's a great question. I've taken the trains a few different times here. I love the train. I love Vietnam Railway. That's the only train that I've taken, so I can only speak on Vietnam Railway. But I took a train. The trains are nice. Full reclining seats, AC. You get a nice panoramic window near you. You could charge your devices, and it cost me $7 one way to get to the old Vietnam capital of Hue. So that was a cool experience. And then I took the train the other way down south to a city called Quy Nhon, which is a carbon copy of Da Nang without the tourist. And that was $9 one way. So I would definitely recommend the train. I enjoy it. I actually have 2 videos up of the train. So Donovan, if you're still in here, you can go check out at the end of this stream, go check out my 2 train videos of going to the city of Hue. And the other city is called Quy Nhon. Those are the 2 cities that I went to. Great condo security and amenities. So my place, the security is there, but there's no amenities here. I don't have a swimming pool. I don't have a gym or nothing like that. I heard there's a nice condo, but it's not in the beach area that I know of. It's called FPT, but I heard it's a lot more expensive, but I think they offer the amenities, but I'm not sure on that. Thanks for the information. Going to visit the links this afternoon, 6:30. Oh, 6:30. Okay. It's 11:30 p.m. here Wednesday night in Vietnam. How do you find Vietnam compares to the Philippines? So I kind of answered that earlier with why people should go to the Philippines. Night and day difference. So in both aspects. So you're going to get much better amenities, much better quality in Vietnam at a much cheaper price. The Philippines you go to for the English, the women and the dating scene, and the long-term visa, 3-year visa that Americans can get without ever leaving the country in the Philippines. You get the English, and it's much easier to talk to women and to date women in the Philippines. But after those three positives of the Philippines, it dies down a lot. The food isn't as good as Vietnam. The internet's not as good. The transportation is not as good or as cheap. There's a lot more poverty in the Philippines. So the Philippines fails in all those other three aspects that I mentioned about the positive side. Yeah, Geo. But please don't turn into a Geo mostly doing live streams and interviews from his condo or I've only done a few live streams. I would love to do them when I'm outside. The only problem is the time difference for me. So for me to do a live stream, I go out in the daytime when it's about 1 or 2 p.m. and I think it's about 11 or 12 o'clock at night, depending on which state you're in the USA. So it's hard for me to do live streams when I'm out just because most of my audience is from the USA. But I love Geo, man. Geo, I've been watching him for years. I met him up twice. Actually, if you go to Geo's channel, I did 2 separate videos with Geo. I did a video with him last year when he was in Da Nang. I actually did a video with him while I was in this same condo, but on a different floor. And then when I was in the Philippines back in February or March of this year, I did a second video with him in Dumaguete. So I love Geo's channel. He's one of the first YouTube vloggers that I used to watch back when I started watching YouTube travelers, travel videos and stuff. So a big shout out to Geo. He definitely helped boost up my channel. I got a good amount of subscribers from him when I did my channel, my video with him. So nothing but respect. And Geo is coming back to Vietnam, at least to Da Nang, what he told me, I think sometime this year. So look out for his stuff too. We want good content. I don't stay at home much, so hotels might be better. So yeah, so Steve, you might be better because you will not have an electricity bill, you will not have a security deposit, and you will not have an electricity bill or a lease. So you might be better off at paying for a hotel. Now you might pay a little bit more for the quality of hotel that you would get in an apartment, but you could walk away at any time. You don't pay an electricity bill, and that might be a better option. So I like the space of an apartment. I like the cooking, the kitchen aspect, and I like the living room. So for me, hotels just don't do it for me besides short term. But when I stay long term, I like an apartment. Lots of hotels and refrigerators in Vietnam, kind of good. Yeah, yep. Like I said, hotels are great if you don't need the living room, if you don't need the size, and if you don't need to cook. So those are definitely a positive. I saw the video stating if you tell your budget, they will try to charge you more or maximum. That's why I asked. I've never heard that. So I even tell agents. So I get a good kind of rapport with even the rental agents. I literally tell them, I go shoot my videos and I tell them, hey, I'm a budget traveler. This is how much I'm going to pay. I know how to negotiate. I'm not going to fall into any deal that I don't want to. And I have no problem walking away. And actually, a lot of the agents respect that about me. And they don't really jack anything up because I walked away. If you guys go watch my last apartment video, maybe about 2-3 weeks ago, I really liked the place downstairs, but the the landlord wanted to tack on some extra fees, and I just ended up walking away. And our only power as travelers in a foreign country. Our only power that we have over them is willing to walk away. And when I say walk away, it's either walk away and not get it, or walk away knowing that you can email them the next day. You can always come back, but walk away, show them that you're serious, that you do not want to take that deal. Usually when you walk away, they'll be much more open to negotiate or be willing to maybe drop the price. So I always let's say you wanted the place 100%. I would tell them, okay, I'm walking away. Go to your hotel where you're staying at. Go get lunch. Go do something. If you really want the place and you know that you're going to get it, still walk away. And then maybe after lunch, contact them and say, hey, you know what? I thought about it. I'll take the deal. But walk away. See if they'll make you a counter offer. They might even email you and say, hey, the landlord said that they'll do this. So always walk away if you don't get the deal that you like. You can always come back. So I think a lot of people get worried that if you walk away, it's done, but you can always come back. So I wouldn't worry about that part. My question, don't book the flight. I wouldn't book the flight. Get your visa first. Get your visa first. Get your visa first, then book your flight, then book your hotel or your accommodation. That's the order that I would do it. I appreciate it, Steve. I really appreciate it. I'm in Da Nang now. Been here for at least 2 weeks. Everyone's friendly, but the field of language, yeah. I can understand that. I don't really run into too much language barrier, like where people just don't understand me and I can't get it. But I do understand that everyone's not fluent in English. But man, I kind of think, I don't know if you're American or not, Ben, but I think that's a big issue that hits Americans, that kind of keep Americans out of Vietnam, is the visa issue and the English part. But I've been lucky. I've been able to use my Google Translate. I use Google Translate and I actually hit the microphone button, so I'm able to talk fast, and I give it to them and they translate. And for me, it's not been a problem. Donovan, just appreciate it. Just started following you. Appreciate it very much. I've been to the Philippines many times too, Steve. So I've been to Manila, Cebu, Boracay, Iloilo, Dumaguete, Bacolod. I might have missed a city, but those are all the cities I've been to. FTP Plaza, I'm not sure. I think the plaza might be like a mall or something, but there is a FTP Apartments, I believe, too. Don't quote me on that, but I do see it pop up a lot on Facebook. I don't like the internet brownouts. Yep. And I've never ran into that in Vietnam. You don't have the brownouts, the electricity. One time I've been here, out of the year plus on and off, we've had one electricity go out, and it was for about 2 or 3 hours in the day. But besides that, we don't ever have any electricity problems. The internet works great. The SIM cards work great. SIM cards half the price here that it is in the Philippines. I would love to do those live streams, Steve. The problem is the majority of my audience is American, or at least on the Western time zone. So it's hard for me because I go out and, like, right now for me, it's 11:40 p.m. at night. And for most of my viewers, it's either 9 o'clock in the morning or 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So for me, I normally don't go out for another 12 hours from right now. So whatever your guys' time is right now, add 12 hours to it right now. That's when I normally go out. If you guys would be on at like 10, 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, I have no problem doing some lives. So I'll actually do that next time. Next time I go out, I will do a live, and it'll probably be at 10, 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning for you guys. And I'll just do it live. If no one shows up, no one shows up. But I will do that next time. I've been staying in a lot because I've been just cranking out a lot of editing. Money. I've never had a problem with ATMs. So ATMs here, some ATMs will only let you pull out like 5 million per transaction, which is about $200. But you could take your card out, you grab your 5 million, and you could put your card right back in the machine, pull out another 5 million. So you can do it like that. Or there's a few banks. I can vouch 100% for HSBC Bank. They allow you to pull out 15 in one transaction. I heard TP Bank also allows you to do that. But every time I went to TP Bank, the cash has been empty. So I have not been able to pull out money there. so I can't confirm that. The other thing, if you guys watch my top 6 apps video, anybody that's American, I've got the comment that people said, oh, I can't get it. I'm Canadian or I'm not in USA. But the banking financial institute that I recommend is get the Charles Schwab high yield investor checking account. If you get that, you get refunded back all your ATM fees at the end of the month. So I don't pay any ATM fees. I might pay it when I at least initially get it out, but at the end of the month, Charles Schwab will refund me back all my ATM fees. So no ATM fees with the Charles Schwab high yield investor checking account. I think that's the exact name of it. And no international purchases, no any kind of extra fees. So if you guys are in the USA, I recommend getting that card before you travel. I've been a long time. Appreciate it, Jammer. The food is real good here in Da Nang, and yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. It keeps getting voted. Vietnam keeps getting voted the cheapest overall country, and Da Nang keeps getting voted one of the cheapest cities in the world. So you can't complain on that aspect. This is the overall best bang for my buck, cheapest city that I've been to. $2K a month. Yeah. So when I'm in the Philippines, it's about my highest budget too. Luckily, I was able to get my bill down, monthly bills down to about 800 and something dollars when I was staying in Cebu earlier this year. But normally, my monthly budget in the Philippines is a little over $1,000. Whereas here in Da Nang, my max budget that I ever hit is about 750 for everything. So I rank it as Philippines is more expensive than Thailand. Thailand is more expensive than Vietnam. That's the order that I rank my stays. I probably won't cook. Then if you don't cook and you don't want the security deposit, you don't care about the size, a hotel might be better for you. And I would recommend using Agoda. Agoda is the one that you definitely get better deals on in Asia. Book a hotel for 2 days and you can ask. Yep, you could do that too. So you could book for 2 days. I've noticed, I've tried that, and usually they do not give me a better deal. And I've even showed them, I've said, hey, look, on Agoda, it shows $12. How about I just give you 10? We cut out Agoda. You don't have to pay the fees. And they've told me no. They said, just book it through Agoda then. So I don't know what it is, but I've never had luck with that. But I've heard other people have. But getting money not hard. Today is the first one. Didn't. So what part of Da Nang are you? I appreciate it, Donovan. I appreciate the tip. Thank you 1,000%. Love it, man. Appreciate it. You just bought me probably 2.5 banh mi's. So I have my next 3 days of lunch was on you. So I appreciate it tremendously. Ben, what part of Da Nang are you in? Because I know in my little radius, I have about 5 different ATMs here. Obviously, I've heard there's only 2 HSBC banks. One is at the airport. That's the bank that I recommend when you first land here to get your money out at HSBC. One's in the middle of the town. And I've heard from my friend that took the Visa run with me, he confirmed that there's a third HSBC, which is at Vincom Mall. It's kind of tucked away, he said, but it's there. So credit cards are a hit or miss. Debit cards are a hit or miss. At the bigger places, yeah, you can do it at the mall, at the Moon Milk grocery store, yeah. But it's still like every part of Asia besides Japan and South Korea, like it's more cash. I'm an American. Okay, cool. So you might be able to qualify for that. Did you have good responsive? The Facebook group? Yeah. So anytime I post there, I get a great one. But I have 3 different Da Nang Facebook groups. There's one called like Expats in Da Nang. There's one called like Expats in Da Nang City. And then there's one called like Expats in Da Nang /Hoi An. So there's multiple of them. I just joined all of them and I just copy and paste my requirements into that. I appreciate it, Sebastian. I appreciate all the kind words. I can come on at 1 a.m. Okay, so I'm gonna do probably. I don't know if you guys watch another Da Nang YouTuber called Social Sammy. But I'm supposed to be meeting up with him tomorrow. So I might do a live with meeting up with him. So if you guys ever checked out his stuff, please, I might do a live when I meet up with him. So I definitely appreciate that. Sebastian, man, I really appreciate it. Wow, I appreciate it. Double time, double time. Wow, wow, wow. Appreciate it, man. Thumbs up. Wow, that's awesome, man. I can't thank you guys enough. I just love doing these lives because I'm just a person. I just naturally like helping people. So when I come in here, I love getting you guys the right information, and then every time you guys show me love, it just blows me away. It just blows me away. I appreciate it so much. Um, Trying to catch back up on your guys' comment. We have used HSBC. Canadians use Coho, TP. Yeah, TP Bank. That's what I've heard too. I like Cebu. So the truth, Cebu is basically my favorite city so far overall. Probably, I do like Dumaguete and Bacolod, but I would say Cebu is my go-to spot in the Philippines. It gives you a mix of enough of the Western life, like Manila, but not as crowded and a little bit different pace. So I love Cebu when I go to the Philippines. Cebu, Bacolod, Dumaguete is the kind of the places I like to go to in the Philippines. Single guy in Philippines, 1,300 a month. Yep. That's probably right around where I spend. The north end of the beach. Okay, so I'm in the Antuang main area. Once again, man, Sebastian, I appreciate it. I'm just scrolling down and seeing your stuff. Step, but really want, man, the quality of life is definitely different out here. I know it's kind of random to say, but what kind of really shocked me, I didn't really notice it until someone back in the USA pointed it out. They were like, they're Filipino, their family's Filipino, but they're born in the USA. It's my old coworker, born in the USA, always lived in the USA, but he does travel to the Philippines every so often. And he was shocked at like the poverty, he was shocked at the homelessness. And when I thought about it, I was like, you know what? I've never seen a homeless person in Vietnam, especially Da Nang. I've never seen anyone sleeping on the streets. I've never had anyone come up to me and ask me for money in Da Nang. So the quality of life is just so much different, and it's crazy. I don't worry about going to the ATM. I can go to the ATM right now. It's 12 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't even think twice. I'd go down there and pull my money out and not even be worried. With the photo upload, use a passport. So yeah, sometimes you have issues on that. Sometimes you have issues on that uploading the passport stuff. So you're at the Hilton. Let me just try to pull up where the Hilton is. Once again, man, Sebastian, I appreciate it a lot for that tip. The Hilton, let's see where the Hilton is. Hilton. So there's two different Hiltons I at least see here. Hilton Da Nang, Hilton Garden Inn. I think they're maybe the same place. So I think you're by, if you're by the right one that I'm looking at, you're by the Dragon Bridge, I think, Ben. I think you're very near the Dragon Bridge. So you're on the other side of the river from me. There's a lot of poverty in the Philippines. Even with the kids, man, the kids will come up to you and just point their hand, give me money, and ask you for money. Amazon delivery. So I've heard people say yes, and I've heard people say no. I have not tried it out. I do have Amazon service here, so I could probably technically use it if it's here. But I've ordered from Shopee, which is kind of like their version of Amazon, and I have had no problems with it. It's cash on delivery, which is kind of nice too. But I've heard yes and no on Amazon, so I can't confirm that answer. I appreciate it, Sebastian, man. That's literally like, no matter anything in my life, man, I always like helping people, and I always like, people tell me I talk too much. I know that. I get that probably from my dad. My dad talks a lot too, but I just love over explaining things to people because I like when they're 100% clear. Because like when I go somewhere that I don't know something, I like for people to tell me stuff 5, 6 times, cover all bases. So when I land somewhere, when I go do something, I like to basically in my head already played out the situation, already know what the hell I'm getting myself into. So that's just kind of how I do it. I appreciate it, Sebastian, man. I really, really appreciate it. I can't say enough. So I think I'm finally caught up with all your guys' comments. I don't know how long it took me to get caught up. But if you guys have any questions, just pop them in. So basically, what else did I want to cover on here? I wanted to cover my new video that I'm coming out. I hope that you guys will be interested in it. I have an international driver's license. I haven't used it, but I did get it. I guess my answer to that will be yes and no. So I've heard you technically can't drive with an American license here. It's against some kind of agreement. The Europeans can, but the technicality of it is two things. You could rent a 50cc or under scooter that doesn't need a license, or the other thing is keep a little bit of cash in your pocket if you do get pulled over, which I heard a lot of people don't. But if you do, you just basically give them 100,000 or 200,000 and they let you go. So you basically pay a fine if that happens. The beach. Okay, so you're Hilton by the beach. So maybe I looked up on the, so I think you're down in the resort side. I think that's where you're probably at. I don't drink anymore. So I stopped drinking beer about 7 years ago. I stopped drinking alcohol 7 years ago. But you know what I'm addicted to out here? Milk teas, man. That's my problem. I eat too much sugar and I get addicted to drinking those milk teas. They're expensive back in the USA and they're like hardly ever a thing that I do, but out here they're like $1, man. So I load up on the milk teas. Power outages? Nope. So I have not got any of those issues. The Philippines, it kind of sounds like you're talking about the Philippines, or at least heard the Philippine stories, but night and day difference. We've had one power outage here in a 12-month span, and it was just a random thing that happened, and it was about 2 or 3 hours. So that's not common at all here. The water issue, no. I did have a completely different water issue. So my kitchen, for some reason, I had a pipe and there was like a fitting that was on it that somehow cracked. And I was just about to leave the door. Luckily, I looked and the floor was just starting to leak water out of the cabinet. And about 5 minutes later, the water just started rushing and pouring. I had a whole kitchen full of water. Luckily, my landlord called over a plumber. He came here before it got way too deep and fixed the problem. But that was my only water problem. But that could happen anywhere. It was just a pipe, a fitting somehow cracked and it leaked. So that was no water issue by like a company or nothing. It was just a random freak accident. So you could drive the 50cc and under scooters 100% legal. And like I said, you could rent the bigger scooters. And if you get pulled over, just slip them 100,000 or 200,000, which is like $5, $10, something like that. You should be good to go. Do you experience issues, power outage? Does Danang have? Yes. So it's a mix. Because I really honestly think Danang is a tale of two cities. The beach side is the much more tourist, but it's not a tourist in an American aspect. It's more of the Korean tourists. There's a lot more Russian tourists and there's a little bit of Europeans. So you get the beach vibe down here with a little bit of the Korean Asian tourist. And it's like, this is the heart. This is the most expensive part of the city, which is shocking that this is the most expensive because it's not expensive. But this is where you have your Western restaurants. This is where you have your beach, your resorts, everything like that. Once you cross the river onto the other side is much more local and much more laid back Vietnam style. So you get a good mix. I really don't cross the river. I wish I kind of did. If I had more free time, I probably would, especially if I knew some places out there. So if I were you guys, I would try to hit up the local side a little bit more just to experience it. But I do go a little more off the beach into the more local area for like the street markets and stuff like that. And it definitely does get a little bit cheaper into that area. Salary for a caregiver, I am not sure on that. I could not answer that question. Cheap fruit juices, yeah, the tea place that I went to, that I don't know if it's still open or not because they haven't responded to my message, but they had fresh, they would put the pineapple juice in the juicer. You would get pineapple juice. You would get all kinds of juice. And it was about 25,000. So about $1. Yeah, I've experienced one power outage here in 12 months, and that was probably a good 8 months or so ago. Well, I find women in Vietnam, there's so much reserved. So that is going to be the English is going to be a problem. And I think dating for people is going to be a problem. I don't think you're generally going to just walk up to someone at a bar, especially in Vietnam here, and find someone with the language barrier, with the culture. So I think what people are going to have to do if they're interested in meeting women, I think they're going to have to either meet up with the Facebook group. There's a little restaurant bar area down the street that does like a speed dating. You would have to find something like that, or you would have to go online to like a online chat site and try to meet women. That's probably the best way that I would recommend. The street markets, yep, Steve, that's exactly where the more local area is. I just went there. Actually, you guys will see the street market again in the video that I put out tomorrow because I took a guy, an American guy that lives in the Philippines. He's out here for a month. I took him to the Bac Mayan market and we got some snacks out there. So you will see that market in tomorrow's video. We went out there for lunch. So you will see that video in it, or you'll see that market in the video. Planning a trip to Da Nang. Thanks. I appreciate you watching the video, man. I can make all these videos. If no one watches them, they're kind of pointless. So I appreciate you actually all you guys taking the time to watch these videos. Gordon. So I've heard about Gordon's. I literally walk by it a ton of times because I go to Bikini Bottoms. I go to the burger place. That's my burger place. And Gordon's Pizza is about 2 buildings down. I heard from my friend that went there. He said it was great. It was New York pizza style, but I've never had it. So I haven't had it. The other pizza place that I wanted to try was Gilda's. So the 3 pizza places I've really wanted to try, none have I tried, was Gordon's. I heard is the best. I can't vouch for it, but that's what I heard. Gilda's has the deep dish pizza. And then I heard Detroit City Pizza is also good too, but I've never tried none of them. Actually, I've had one pizza place here. It's at Chevy's Pub, which is on the main street. And I only go there because it's buy one, get one free pizza on Tuesday nights. I've never got sick from the ice. I mentioned earlier, I do try to avoid any kind of water that I don't see being poured out of a brand new bottle. And I check the ice. So a lot of times you'll see people scoop the ice and there'll be like the nice ice, like what people call in America, like nice ice or the Sonic ice, where it has the holes in it and they're like a certain shape. If you get ice like that, I wouldn't worry about it. I might be a little sketchy if it's like the cubes. I might want to pass on that, but I have not gotten sick on any food or any water. Hot water and showers. I've never not had a hot water shower here at all. All the places have hot water heaters. Usually there's a switch. So I don't know if you guys can see it. It's not here, but it's in the back. My shower's here. There's a little switch that you can turn on, and it usually turns the hot water on. But I will tell you, speaking about hot water, I've noticed a lot of places here don't have hot water in the sink in the kitchen. I don't know why, but hot water in the shower, yes. Rainy season hasn't been bad so far. So the rainy season was supposed to start. It technically starts in September. It's September 26th. It rained a good amount the past 2 or 3 days of last week, but that was about the only rain that we got. And that was right by the typhoon when the typhoon came by. It's the shyness, it's the English, and it's the culture, Ben. So that's going to be the thing. Yeah, so the apps are probably going to be better for that. It's getting no. So literally, I'll show you guys. I'll show you exactly what I get right here. Speaking of the water, because I just got it. So literally, another benefit of living at this condo is down in the basement at the bottom. I buy this. I get this about every 10 days. And this is 5 gallons or 20 liters. And it's downstairs, literally in my lobby where you park the scooters. And if you guys can see, I paid $30,000, which is about $1.25 for the 5 gallons. So I basically get that every 9 to 10 days. It's $1.25. It's more expensive here. Water is the one thing that is more expensive than the Philippines, because that same thing in the Philippines would be about half that price. But water is very easy. You can go to any of the little Korean or the quick stop marts, all these little markets, and they all sell that 5 gallon. They all sell them. So the hardest part about it is carrying it back, but it's not hard to find them at all. Not at all. Laundry. So laundry, luckily I have my washer right there. If you guys can see. So I do my own laundry, but if you don't have a washer, up and down on all these streets, there are laundry mats. And I think the cheapest I've seen is 15,000 per kilo. So for Americans, that's about 15,000 breaks down to be 60 cents per pound, or no, 60 cents per 2 pounds. So it's by weight. So when I do laundry, if I ever go to a place like that, it's about 5 to 7 kilos. So it would cost me about 100,000 to do a good full 1 or 2 loads. So it costs you about $4 or $5 to do your laundry, probably about $5. So laundry's easy. You drop it off, they will wash it, they will dry it, they will even fold it for you and put it in a nice plastic sealed bag. And you'll usually come back and pick it up the next day. If you want it quicker, they do charge you a little bit more for like the same day, but it's very simple. Everything is very easy and simple throughout Asia. It's shocking how simple it is. I met a woman on an app. Yeah, so I read that one. Is getting fresh water? No. Apartments have washer. Yeah, so a lot of them do. Buses. So there is buses, like public buses. There is. I have not rode one yet. I do want to ride one. They're cheap. They're like 8,000 VND, like a city bus. So they're like 30 cents. But the problem is there's no bus stop down here in this part of the beach. So I have to walk like 15 or 20 minutes to get to the nearest bus. So for me, I don't take the bus. If there was a bus nearby, I actually would take it and take it around the city. But then at the same time, man, like InDrive is so cheap. So you can rent a car like a Uber, but it's called InDrive, which is about 30 to 40% cheaper. And to get across town, it's like $3. So for me, I just end up paying the extra $2 or $3. I heard you can get the filter, but the problem is I just probably still wouldn't trust the water. The water is just one thing that I don't know why Asia never fixes. So I don't know how terrible the water is. I would just chalk it up and buy the 5 gallons. That's my personal opinion. So I get a new bottle every 9 or 10 days. So let's say I get 3 bottles in a month, maybe 4, let's even say 4 bottles. You're going to spend about a total of about $4, maybe $5 on water for the whole month. So I wouldn't really bother with it. Would you know? So I don't ride a scooter, but I have checked in on prices. And I think the very, very, very cheapest I've heard was about 80 something dollars. But I think it's much more common that a monthly scooter rental is about $100 here, give or take $10 on either side. Maybe $90 you might be able to find, maybe 110, maybe 120, but right around $100 is pretty common. So it's funny that you mentioned the ice bath. So I don't necessarily know about it, but I just seen someone on Facebook posted that they just had an ice bath down on the beach. So someone paid for it and it was like a company sponsored thing. And I think it was free that day. So I know they do ice baths out here. I just don't know if there's an actual place that does it, but they did do them and they are out here. AE, man, I appreciate it tremendously. Wow, this is insane. Boom, 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 boom. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the love from everybody, not just the people that tip, but the people that come in here, the people that watch my videos, the people that subscribe, and the people that comment. I just can't say enough about. I honestly feel like I have the best subscribers, the best viewers out of everybody because it's crazy, man. I'm still in shock that I'm monetized. A month and a half ago, I was only at like 500, 600 subscribers. So for me to be at this point is still crazy to me. They might do it at the beach. They might, but I did see a Facebook post where someone did it. And I think there is a YouTuber, I think his name's Travis Travels Vietnam I think it's Travis Travels Vietnam. He's like one of the big guys out here, I think. and he did a video, and I think he was getting in the ice bath on the beach. It's funny because I seen that little preview of his video, but a couple days before that, I seen a company or someone was talking about how they were bringing an ice bath to the beach. So I'm assuming he went and did the video because he's seen that Facebook post. So I'm assuming that's what happened. Internet cafe. Okay, so yeah, I think they're definitely out there. I just don't know a specific one in general, but I'm pretty sure that they're there. Oh, maybe that could have been Social Sammy. That might have been because I have been watching Sammy's videos. Because actually, I that's a great point because I think I'm supposed to go meet up with Sammy tomorrow. One of my friends downstairs that's staying here, he's going to dinner with him, and he invited me to come. So I've spoken to Sammy a couple times through Facebook. He was in Thailand a little bit ago, and he said he wanted to meet up. So I'm actually going to go out to dinner tomorrow night, and I might do a live stream from there, possibly. And if not, I'm going to talk about him doing some video with me and me doing a video with him if he wants. So I think we'll do a little collaboration, me and Sammy, at least sometime upcoming. That was Social Sammy. Travis Travels. Yeah. So I thought it was Travis that did the ice bath, but it could have been Sammy because I did see the little thumbnail, and I was like, it made me think. I was like, I just seen that post on Facebook that they were bringing an ice bath down there, but it could have been Sammy. You might be right. But hopefully I'll be doing some videos, or at least be on Sammy's videos, or he'll be on mine upcoming very soon, because I'm looking forward to meeting him, and supposedly we're going to go meet up for dinner tomorrow night. I don't know where, but I will possibly try to do a live from there also, because I know you guys love when I go do the lives when I'm out in town. So maybe I'll try to do a live there. If not, I will try to record some footage of it and upload that kind of stuff too. Okay, maybe it could have been both. It definitely could have been both. I can't remember. I'm trying to see if I could pull it up, but I don't remember which one it was, but it definitely was one of them was doing the ice bath. They got all kinds of things on the beach though. A lot of businesses pop up on the beach, so I don't know. It's kind of a thing for stuff to pop up on the beach. Let's see. What else did I want to talk about? Okay, cool. 304 videos. Wow, you got a lot more than me. I think I realistically have maybe about 30 videos. I know on my channel it says I have 100, but about 80 or 90 of those are shorts and things that I never really was focusing on doing. They weren't really YouTube related, but I think I have maybe only about 30 real full length dedicated YouTube videos. So you have much more than me. Yeah, that's all. I've heard that about Sammy. That's why I'm interested in meeting up with him. There's an American, like I told you, he contacted me before he left the Philippines, and this was his first time in Danong. He ran into Sammy. I think he was out eating barbecue or something, and he kind of I guess they made friends too also. And he told me, I just got the text actually right before I came on, and they said we're going out to dinner with him, and he wanted me to show up. So I think I'm going to go out to dinner tomorrow night, and I will get some footage, or I'll go live when we're all out. So I'm looking forward to that also. What else? Do I have any other stories? Narrated. Yeah. That's kind of the big thing for me, man. I've been torn between, should I do 100% talking on camera while I'm shooting my videos, or should I mix in the voiceover? And the voiceover, I do like doing a little better, but it's so much more work. It's so much more time consuming. So it's kind of a crazy situation on that aspect. A story that I wanted to tell you guys, man. I wish these crazy stories that happened to me, not really happened to me, but happened to people that I knew. I wish I could have documented these because these would probably have been the best videos that I had. But I had a guy that came here from the UK, and he had an issue where his passport got stolen, and he was trying to leave the country like within about a week. And his story was kind of a nightmare. He had to run all across town and do a whole bunch of stuff. But it ended up working out for him. I guess he did have to pay a good amount of money, but he made it back to Thailand. And I heard he just got his new passport in Thailand, and I heard he just got back here in Vietnam. So it was definitely a learning experience for him and for me. Language barrier, yeah. So I always hear that from people. Luckily, I haven't really ran into it, but I do know where a lot of people have that language barrier with not having English. Yeah. I agree with that on the voiceover and everything like that. The problem is for me, it's just so time consuming to do the voiceover. So I have my wireless mic. I have to sit here. I have to go through my video footage. I have to narrate it. I have to upload it to my laptop. So I wish I could be perfect and just do everything on camera and get all my stuff in there. But there's always a lot of stuff that I missed that I got to add, or different points that I got to kind of talk about. Yeah, I'm not retired. So actually, man, I'm rolling the dice. I'm living crazy out here. So I just came back. I've been traveling on and off since 2019. Um, and now I just got back out here. I traveled all of 2022. I went back to the USA in September of 2022. I worked a random little, just regular job. I saved up a little bit of money, and I came back out here in February. I came back into the Philippines, and I'm basically living on that. So I'm doing my YouTube channel that just finally got monetized. I do teach English online, but that business is kind of dying pretty fast. I'm doing a little bit of consulting that I just started this week. And possibly, if I don't earn any money by January, I might possibly go teach English in China. So you guys are getting a little bit of exclusive on what my future plans are. If I can't generate enough money on YouTube, I will go to China probably in January or February and teach English there in person. Lost passport. So basically, what he had to do was contact his consulate. He's from the UK, so he had to contact them here in Vietnam. He had to go to the local police, like file a lost passport. He had to run around and go contact the consulate. Then I think he had to go from here to Ho Chi Minh to get his emergency travel document. It was a nightmare. So it's possible, but it's a lot of running around. It was like $150, and it's a lot of stress. So I'd recommend. I always keep my passport on me. I never let it out of my sight. Never give your passport to the hotel. Don't let them keep it. Now they're going to ask you to get it to make a photocopy of it, but don't let anyone keep your passport. That's a crucial thing. Sebastian, application for coming next month. No questions. Showing up and saying hi. Perfect. So you did it. Okay. So hopefully yours will get approved, and you won't have that like denied and have to fill out your information, or apply. You won't have to apply again. You'll just have to correct certain things. Some people get a bad agent and they have to do that. What day did you apply for your visa, Sebastian? 10K. Yeah. So whenever I travel in Asia, I live off about $10,000 roughly in there. I could probably squeeze it down to 8,000, or I could probably, if I lived a little bit more luxurious, I could probably do 12,000 a year. That's realistically my budget that I do when I live. Philippines compared. So third time I'm mentioning it, I definitely say Philippines is, this is how, break it down. Philippines is great for someone that needs English, that wants to meet women, and needs the long-term visa. That's why you go to the Philippines. But in all other aspects, I would not recommend the Philippines. The food-wise, I think it's actually raining here, guys. So let's take a look. I think there's actually, I hear it. So let me open this really quick and see. I hear it coming down pretty good. Let's see if we can take a look at this just to give you guys. Oh yeah. So it is coming down. Look at this, guys. Look at this rain. Can you guys see this? It's coming down pretty good. Look at this. Yeah, so it didn't rain for like the past 3 or 4 days or so, but now it's coming down pretty good. Good thing I didn't need to go out tonight because it would have sucked to get caught in that rain. 3 lovely ladies. I do. I trade stock options. So I actually trade stock options. I traded stock options all the way since 2018. I just don't have the capital to risk right now, but I love trading stock options. I've always been a stock options trader for about 5 years. I love it. It's one of my passions. I love to trade stock options. I also had a online reselling business back in the USA where basically I would get items for free or for very cheap. I would clean them up, take pictures of them, store them in my storage unit, put them on eBay, put them on Facebook, sell them. When they sold, I would go package them up, ship them off on FedEx or UPS. And I was making decent money doing that. It's just not logistically possible to do that out here. So my biggest problem in Asia has always been income. It's always been making money. If I had no money issue or income problem here, I would stay in Asia probably for the rest of my life, or at least for the long-term foreseeable future. Definitely. 3 lovely ladies in a local salon. Ho Chi Minh. Okay, they were probably traveling. That's 1 year I couldn't live in the Philippines. No, you probably couldn't live in the Philippines. I could possibly. I budget extremely tight. I know how to do things. I could possibly do 10K, but that would be on a much tighter budget. It would probably realistically 12 to 13,000 minimum, and probably closer to 15,000 for me. Getting it early, Danong, November 29th, bought my ticket. Okay, nice. You definitely have the right idea. I recommend people getting their visa at least a month in advance, getting it all done and all taken care of, because it's just a headache when you're rushing at the last end. So you definitely want to do that. Mike, I'm from California. So more specifically, I'm from the Bay Area. I'm about 30 minutes away from San Francisco, in the Bay Area. So I was born and raised in the Bay Area. I've been to Florida a few different times. I've been to a few other states in the USA. I just went to Florida a couple years ago, actually, when I did a going down south road trip. Capital, I cash out, crypto. I've never got into crypto. All I've ever done was the stock options. When I do the online visa, does it get activated? So when you do the e-visa, you pick the date that you're going to land there. So your visa starts whatever day you pick. Let's say you're going to land December 1st. You're going to go in there and you're going to put December 1st. That's when your visa is going to start. So make sure that you know when you want to get there. So if you want to get there on December 1st, you put down December 1st. That is your first day. And then your exit day will be either, if you want a 30-day visa, you can apply for a 30-day visa. I recommend getting the 90-day, even if you only plan on staying for 30 days. I still recommend the 90-day visa because it's the same price. You pay $25 for a single entry 30-day, and you pay $25 for the multiple entry, or the single entry 90 days. They're both the same price. So I would default and just get the 90 days. I'd rather have it and need it than not have it and need it. So that's at least my take. APLDD, I ran today, wait for the dip. I have not followed stocks in a long time. So the biggest, I'll just mention it real quick. The biggest stock option deal that I ever made, this will tell you because Square is not around anymore. Square was owned by Jack Dorsey, which is like a payment processor. He also owned Twitter. My biggest deal on stock options was Square when they announced their new CFO. And in one day, I made like $19,000 on one deal, and it took me about 3 hours. And then on the same result, in about 2 weeks later after that, I lost my biggest deal that I ever lost. I think I lost like $6,000 in a day. So it comes and it goes. Call it. I could never call it Saigon. I always call it Ho Chi Minh. There's always a war between the two people that call it that. 10,000. Yeah, I know. 10,000 is probably that benchmark. I'm shocked that I've made as much as I have on my views with just 1,500 subscribers. I'm blown away. Like I was figuring I was only going to make a couple of dollars, but actually this month I made a decent amount, which blew me away. I'm extremely shocked, and I only have 1,500 subscribers. I got 900 American guaranteed every month. 900 for me in Da Nang, I would live extremely comfortable. I don't even, I think maybe 1 month when I had a lot of stuff going, I had a visa run. I think I did a lot of grabs, but I've never went over $900 in Da Nang. And that's with me with my 2 bedroom. If I would have downgraded to a 1 bedroom, I don't even think I could spend $900 a month here. But I don't drink alcohol. I don't go to clubs. I don't do any of that. So, and I eat lots of local food. Delray Beach, but grew up in New York. Okay. I love traveling Asia. YouTube is just a hobby and a way to preserve my travels. Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, even if you don't know, you can put whatever date, but that's going to start your visa date. So I would guess as best as possible, I would try to take a look at your tickets, look at the ticket options of your plane. And if there's 1 week that's very much like extremely cheaper than the other, I would kind of pick it based on that. But you do have to pick a entry date. So I would try to get as close to the entry date as that you want, because that is the time that your visa will be valid from. One of my favorite guitar players is originally from the Bay Area. I don't know who that is. I'm wonder what city he's from. Say I just come in with my US passport. Am I good for 30 days? You need a visa. All Americans need an e-visa. E-visa is a very simple process. You can do it online. It's 25 bucks, but you have to have an e-visa. They will not let you on the plane if you don't have an approved e-visa. But all you need is the e-visa and your passport. It's very simple. Once you have your visa, all you got to do is land, and custom is very simple all the time. Even if I live for free, as far as accommodation rental in the Philippines, it would still almost cost me as much for daily life, food, transportation than it would in Da Nang. That's kind of the price difference in the Philippines from Da Nang. That's nice, man. The only reason I've never got into crypto, I just didn't know about crypto. I've never learned it. So I've never been able to dabble into it. Philippines is, like I said, Philippines is the reason you go is for the English, for the long-term visa, and to meet women. That's why you go to the Philippines. If you're not going to the Philippines for that reason, then you're going to the Philippines for the wrong reason. I applied Monday. Should get it. Yeah. So if you applied Monday, usually I've done maybe 10 e-visas. 99% of the time, if I apply on a Monday, it takes me 3 full days, and I usually get it the next day on the 4th day. So if I applied on a Monday, that would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is the 3rd day. I usually get it the very next day. So I usually get it technically on the 4th day, but sometimes I get it on the 3rd day at the end of the day. So if you did it Monday, I would expect it no earlier than Thursday late afternoon, and probably realistically, you'll probably get it Friday. If you don't get it Friday, it will come in on Monday. That's 99% of the time that what will happen. Thailand. So I've been to Thailand. Actually, I lived in Thailand for about 5 or 6 months last year. So I enjoyed Thailand also. It's just a little bit more expensive. And their visa is 1 month shorter. So you get 60 days as an American in Thailand. You get 90 days in Vietnam. So you get an extra month, and it's a little bit cheaper out here. What do you think if you come a couple of days later than the entry date? If you come later than the entry date, that's not a problem. You can't come earlier, but you can come later. The only problem is you're losing those extra days. So your visa will be due. Let's say you can't. put it down as December 1st. You get here December 3rd or December 4th. So technically, you're not going to be able to stay here yourself for the full 90 days because your visa will be expiring 90 days from December 1st. But if that doesn't make a difference, then just make sure that you book your visa before your plane gets there. You don't want to do it the opposite. What do you think if you come early December, if it's cheaper for tickets? So make sure that your visa is approved and for your plane ticket. So you don't want to have your plane landing on December 1st and your visa not valid until December 2nd. So your visa should be the same day as your ticket, or even possibly one day before your ticket, before your flight arrives. China's economy. So China's economy, I have heard that the same thing too. Not the problem, but the great thing is a lot of people don't want to go to China to teach English. So the market is highly inflated for English teachers in China. You get really good money, about double the money of teaching English in Korea. You get a free apartment and you teach about 20 to 25 hours. That's why my backup option is going to China next year if my YouTube channel can't at least break me even of my monthly bills. So China is my backup option to go teach, but we'll see. We got a couple months left. Yeah, I've never really had to show them the visa printed out, but I would recommend that you just have, if you can get a printed out visa, keep that, put it in your bag just in case, but download, they'll send you an email copy. Make sure you screenshot it and keep it on your phone also. I've 50% have to show them the e-visa on the phone, but most of the time they just check the computer and they see it, and I'm waved through within the first minute that I get there. Yep. Any American, no matter where you're coming from, you need an e-visa in the Philippines or in Vietnam. American always needs an e-visa no matter where you're coming from. American just needs an e-visa no matter what. It's cheap, $25. And it's about a 3 or 4 day process, assuming there's no issues, there's no holidays, there's no weekends. You can get it within 3 or 4 days. Successful opening bank accounts. So I did. So I was on my last stream. Someone mentioned, I can't remember. I think it was called like Sacom. It starts with an S. It's called like Sacom or something bank. And I've heard that someone supposedly said an American can open up a bank account at Sacom or something. It starts with an S. If you have a 90-day visa and your passport, that I heard that you can open it up. Not sure. I've never done it, but someone on my last live told me that you can do that. Do you need the passport before you get your visa? Yes, so you will, because you actually have to upload a picture of your passport cover page. So yes, you will need to get your passport first. So I'd recommend getting your passport as soon as possible. A passport usually takes 4 to 6 weeks roughly. Sometimes you get it maybe in 2 to 3, and then they do have an option to speed it up. I think you have to pay an extra $50 or something. But it'll take at least 2 to 3 weeks for a new passport, and maybe up to 4 to 6 weeks at the very latest. Philippines for the English, a lot more places visit. So yeah, so if English is crucial, then the Philippines is your choice. There's no better place for a long-term visa or for English than the Philippines. That's where I give the Philippines the thumbs up, is English, women, long-term visa. If you want that, the Philippines is 100% your choice. If you don't care about the money, if you can deal with the blackouts, the rolling brownouts, if you can deal with that stuff, and the women, the visa and the English are your thing, then the Philippines is where you want to be. Yeah, no, in Thailand, you don't need it. So in Thailand, we get visa exemption. So in Thailand, all you do is land in Thailand, you show them your passport, you get 60 days, but not in Vietnam. So Vietnam is a socialist country. So the two countries as an American that I've had to get visas for so far has been Vietnam and China. When I went to China, I got a visa. You have to get a visa in China as well. So as an American, all the 19 countries that I've been to, I've needed 2 visas, one in Vietnam and one in China. I heard, yes. So let me clarify that. You can get the 90 days. So you get the 60 days for free when I speak of the 60 days, it's free because I don't really like paying for visas. Vietnam's the only place I've ever paid for a visa. So you get the 60 days free, and then I think what you do is you do the 30-day extension to get your total 90 days. So technically, you can get 90 days. Teaching in China, so you need to have your bachelor's degree in any subject. The subject doesn't really make a difference. You need to get your TEFL, which is teaching English as the first language certificate. It's very easy. You can get it online. It's a very I think I knocked it out in like 3 days. It's supposed to take a lot longer, but I knocked it out in 3 days. Those are the two big requirements. Those are the must. Then they generally want someone that's from a native English country, which is like USA, Canada, UK, Australia, South Africa. It's like 7 countries, and a clean background check. So those are your requirements for China. Let's see. It's different case in Vietnam. When renewed my passport, got it back 2 weeks. Okay, so that's not bad. So getting your visa renewed is not bad. I think 2 weeks is pretty quick. I think that's about as quick as you could probably do it. Can the full passport process be done online? I believe so. So you're going to have to take your picture though. I know a lot of post offices will take your picture, or the way that I originally did my passport, I went to Costco, and at the time Costco was taking passport pictures. You get a bunch of them, and that's the picture that you include with your passport. I went down to the post office. I filled out my application, a hand copy at the post office, gave them my picture, and they sent it off. I'm not sure if you can do it online. I would maybe say possibly, yeah, but I did it at the post office, and I'm sure you could probably do it at the post office as well. Can the full passport process? My last trip to the Philippines, everyone tried to rip me off and scam me. So the Philippines, yeah, it's a little bit more like that. That's why I'm excited, because of the English speaking, but I'm going with a friend. How is the English in Vietnam? So it's definitely going to be less. Definitely. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But I don't really run into any problems. I use Google Translate. I point at things if they don't understand. I point at food. I look at the menu. I don't really have a major problem. I know some people say they do, but I have not had a problem. I've been to China. I was in China for about 7 or 9 days, and that's been the hardest place English wise, because even their menus on a lot of restaurants didn't even have pictures. It was just written in Chinese, no pictures. Almost nobody speaks English. And I was able to survive in China. So for me, Vietnam is way easier English wise than China. So if you can do it in China, you can do it in anywhere. And it was a little bit more difficult in China, but not terribly difficult. Do you need separate photos for the 90-day e-visa? So the 2 pictures they're going to ask you when you do the visa is your cover page of your passport, and then what they want is you with a white background and you standing there kind of like almost like a mugshot. So you stand there, you take off your hat, you take off your glasses, whatever you have, and you want a white background. You could just have someone take a picture of you with your cell phone. As long as you have a white background, those are the 2 pictures you upload for your e-visa. That's all you need. And then they ask you questions, basically where you're staying, what your occupation is, your passport number, general questions like that. My college degree. So my college degree, actually, I've never technically used it per se, especially never been paid, but I'm a radio and television major. So broadcast journalism and a radio TV major. So actually, I interned for a local Bay Area news station. I worked in the sports department for a long time. I wanted to get into sports anchoring, sports reporting, but it just never worked out. The jobs are too hard to break into, especially back then, especially in the Bay Area too. Oh, life is 1,000% more easier. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been to 9 countries, 10 countries in Asia. I would say Vietnam is probably the most laid back lifestyle that I've been to. I've been to Thailand, I've been to Singapore, I've been to China, Indonesia, I've been to Vietnam, Philippines, and I feel like I must be missing. Oh, I've been to Laos for 1 day. I must be missing 2 other countries. I don't know where I missed them, but I would say the most laid back, simplest lifestyle is Vietnam. The most Western English lifestyle is the Philippines, but it's not as simple. Internet. So internet in Thailand is basically going to be about the same quality as Vietnam, almost the same. I consider Vietnam just a slight downgrade from Thailand. So you're going to get a little bit less luxury stuff. The internet might be a little bit slower, but nothing noticeable. But basically, to me, Vietnam is a poor man's version of Thailand, but it's much cheaper and you don't lose that much quality. The music scene, I do not know about that. So I have heard that there are like artists and stuff like that. You would probably have to meet them up on a Facebook group or a Facebook post, but I think you would have to run into it that way. That's what I would suggest, GS. What's kind of funny is I met a guy on a visa run. He's from Mexico and he's living out here, and he's like a DJ and he makes music and he's out here. He does a lot of his stuff online, but he says that he's able to make some money and do stuff. And also a guy that plays music, plays the piano and plays jazz, a UK guy that I know out here. He has got gigs out here. I think he's back out here now, and they hire him and he does gigs out here. So I know there's a music scene. I just don't know how in depth that is. Yeah, Steve, I kind of say, yeah, I am kind of using it because I did do a lot of editing. I did a lot of my voice narration. So I do a lot of aspects like that, but I've never technically been hired in a field as per se as an employee with my bachelor's degree. Philippines, yes, the internet's bad. I let the rat race 3 years ago. I left technically 2019. I did go back to the USA and was locked down pretty much during COVID, or else I probably would have been teaching in China back in 2020. But I'm just so tired of the rat race in the USA too. I'm so done. If I could just make money in Asia, I don't have any plans to go back to the USA. Maybe once a year, maybe once every 2 years, maybe like once every 2 years for Christmas or something, but not for long term. Simple process, man. The apartment process is simple. I recommend, so I have 2 or 3 apartment videos. Once this stream's over, I suggest go look at my apartment hunting videos. It's a clear-cut, simple process. It shows you the places that I looked at. I recorded them while I was viewing them. I had the prices. I put the Google Maps in there. But my short answer would be pick a hotel that you want to stay at, book it for 3 or 4 days. And then what you want to do is when you're here at that hotel for 3 or 4 days, walk around the neighborhood or contact someone on Facebook and have them show you a long-term apartment and go look at it while you are booked at the hotel. That's crazy, AE, man. I do a lot of binge watching of other stuff, and I'm just mind blown. It's just so shocking to me that people watch my stuff. I guess it's kind of like, you guys ever heard that saying, like, food always tastes better when someone else makes it? Like you always like to go eat at someone else's house, or you like to go to a restaurant. Like no one ever, at least myself, everyone always tells me my food is better than I think it is. Like people say, man, your food is so good. And I go, yeah, it's okay. It's not bad. And they're like, no, man, your food is good. It's kind of the same way. Like I'm just shocked that people watch my video. Just, I don't know. I guess I kind of set the bar low for myself, and I'm just shocked that people watch my stuff, but I appreciate it. And it just shocks me and blows me away all the time. I only do these streams and stuff at this late of hour because of my USA audience. I try to get them involved. Let's see. The cool thing about all of us, we appreciate where we come from, but we just, yeah. The crazy thing is, it's kind of like, just imagine if the USA could have the same type of lifestyle, man. It's not like the USA is terrible. It's just changed, man. It's changed. I honestly tell people though, they ask me about USA, a lot of people that are not from the USA. And honestly tell them, I think this in my heart. I believe the USA is the best country in the world if you have plenty of money. If you have plenty of money, the United States is probably the best country to live in. But if you don't have a large amount of money, then the USA is not a great place to live in. If you have millions of dollars or you have $1 million or more in the USA, it's a great place to live in. But if you work a 9 to 5, if you barely make it, then the USA is a much harder, tougher place. Info, enjoy your night. Hope to meet you. I will be here unless something's changed in November. I will be here. So I appreciate it, MD. I'm just renewing my visa in October. So my visa will kick in all the way till January. So I should be here unless something crazy happens, but I should be here. And I appreciate you watching the video. Travel insurance, I mentioned that earlier. I just risk it. I don't get it. I never had travel insurance. I never really had insurance back in the USA. It's just something I roll the dice on. I never go to the hospital. So people tell me I'm crazy, but I've never had it. But I know you could get cheap-ish travel insurance. When I left USA, there was a bunch of places calling me and they told me about $100, 90 or $100 roughly for travel insurance. Yeah, yep. Roller coaster in the USA. Like I said, the USA is amazing if you have the money. If you had the money and you could live in Beverly Hills and you had a nice car and you can go out to amazing restaurants and you have a great lifestyle, the USA is great. But if you're not one of the 1% in the USA, then it's a lot different. I never used it. I never even used regular health insurance. Even when I had health insurance at previous jobs, I never used it anyways. Money isn't the issue. So yeah, so money, if money is not the issue, then Mike, man, you have a lot more options. A lot of people come to the Southeast Asia because of the money arbitrage that you can get so much more for bang for your buck. But if you have a lot of money in Asia, man, you are a king. So that is an amazing thing. Like I mentioned, I spend about $750 for my whole budget here in Da Nang. I honestly, if someone gave me $1,500, I don't even think I could spend it. If they gave me $2,000, I wouldn't even know how to spend. I would literally have to blow money on purpose to reach that point, and I just couldn't do it. I don't even know how I'd spend 1,000 here. Like I would literally have to be blowing it. I would have to be going to activities and museums every single day. I'd have to be going to the movie theaters. I'd have to be just literally doing all kinds of crazy things. Like I just really couldn't imagine spending that. Google Translate. Yep. I use Google Translate. You need the VPN. So Nikki, so you need the VPN. I've been to China. You have to use the VPN. So China is a little bit more difficult, but everything is possible and you can get along with it there. What is a lot of money in Vietnam for a month? So for me, like I just said, I live here in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. I pay $550. I'm 1 block off the beach. That includes my electricity. So for my apartment, for my electricity, for my water, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 block literally from the beach, I pay $550 on. And then for my rest of my bills, like my food and my transportation, I pay about an extra $200 a month. So my bills run me about $750. If I downgraded to a 1 bedroom, my bills would probably be about $550 a month. Thailand for me was just fun. Thailand, yes. So Thailand, I kind of look at it as Thailand is the Las Vegas of Asia. That's kind of how I view it as. I'm back with another one, man. I want to do a lot more of these lives, but I've just been busy. So I've been editing a new video that I'm going to put out tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be my daily food budget. It's not my typical daily food budget, but I went out with a fellow American. So I wanted to make a video. So you'll see me at the market. You'll see me at my favorite breakfast spot, and you'll see me at one of my favorite restaurants. So hopefully you guys will watch that tomorrow. And it's basically my daily food budget. And also, I just started doing some video consultations this week. I've had two consultations from viewers from my channel, so I've been busy with that and editing. I know I spend too much on rent. The problem is I have very specific requirements for my rent. So for me, I need a 50 square meter place. I can't do a studio. I can't do a 20 or 30 square meter place. I just can't. So my options are limited. And then I want to be at this condo. So I can, though, I can downgrade from this 2 bedroom, Dean, and go down to a 1 bedroom downstairs, which if you go check the apartment video, I showed the 1 bedroom downstairs. So my rent would go from about 550 a month here to about 350 if I go down to the 1 bedroom, which is definitely a possibility that I'm going to look into in about 2 weeks. So 350 for that 1 bedroom downstairs, and maybe about $200 for everything else. So 550 if I downgrade. I want a quiet apartment there, and your apartment sounds quiet. Is your part? So it's kind of both. So the reason why my place is so quiet, I'm in the heart, but I'm on the 40th floor, so I'm way up here. So even though there's noise downstairs and this is a busy place, I'm so up high that even when I'm sleeping in the morning, I don't hear anything. So if you're up high enough, it doesn't matter where you're at. But this is a main street, and there's a lot of stuff going on here, but I don't hear it in my apartment, only when I go out. $50 a day. So here's actually, I'll tell you guys exactly what my daily budget on food. So my daily everyday budget is 150,000 VND. That's what I spend on food every day. So that's basically $6 US. I hardly ever eat breakfast. If I do eat breakfast, I go to this little local place, or I make something like eggs and rice or something very basic. I might go get a banh mi for lunch, which is like $1, and then I'll go to a sit-down restaurant, spend $3 or $4 on dinner, but it's cheap. My total daily budget, what I spend with transportation, if I go anywhere, food, and my apartment, everything included, is $25 a day. 6 of that is from food. $18 of that is from my rental. First trip in Thailand, or 35 square meters. Yeah. Everyone always thinks they can stay in a smaller place. I do my editing here. Some days I don't go out. So if I was in a studio, I'd be going crazy. Just as an American, I need my space. I love going to my bedroom, and then I come out here. I watch my YouTube in this living room. This is the living room area. There's my bedroom. I have the second bedroom where I keep all my suitcases, all my stuff. You don't really understand how much you enjoy and value the extra space until you don't go out or till you don't need it. So I always like a place a little bit bigger than a little bit smaller. And for me, it's not much more money. It's just a matter of a few dollars a day extra. Yeah, that price is incredible for this place, but remember, you can get a 1 bedroom in the same place for almost half this. I pay $550. If I go to the 1 bedroom in the same building downstairs, it's $350. So you save 40% to go down to that 1 bedroom. And then that's just in here. But if you want to go a block, 2 blocks down, you could find stuff for probably $250, $200 for a nice 1 bedroom. So you can get those kind of prices all day. Yeah. See, I am not someone, I don't need the gym and I don't need the pool. What I need, if you guys seen, I have the view of the city. So I love every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I can watch from my balcony. I can watch the Dragon Bridge spit the fire, spit the flames, and do everything like that. I enjoy that. And I enjoy that I'm 1 block from the beach. That's the big reason. And then I enjoy the size. So it's actually my rent, technically, if you want to break it down, my rent technically is $450, and I pay probably $80 technically for rent. It's all included in one price. I made a deal. But realistically, if you want to break it down separately, I probably pay $450 for the rent aspect of this. And then I probably pay technically about $80 for the electricity. The Nut Bar, Nong, he claims apartments there are cheap in Nong and extremely noisy. So if you go look at my videos, I basically walked around this area and I showed probably a good 5 or 6 or 7 different apartments here. And I was in the daytime, so you can hear the noise. I just didn't notice it. So maybe I'm great at finding certain places and I kind of go down some back streets or right off the main road, but I haven't really found that. 350, man, 350, you can easily find things for 350 here. Easily. Um, and that's a one bedroom. If you wanted to go down to a studio or something, or if you even wanted to move more into the local part of town, the reason why I don't move farther away from the beach is because I don't ride a scooter. But if you're willing to ride a scooter, you could find something in town further and ride the scooter down here and do it for maybe 250, maybe 300. Billiard games and condos. So billiard like pool, there's actually a pool place directly across the street from this building, and then there's another pool place about 2 buildings down. So there's actually at least 3 different pool halls or billiard halls that are right by here. I don't swim in the beach, but I do like walking at the beach. And if I go get a banh mi sandwich, I'll go get a banh mi and I'll go sit down there where the My Key beach sign is, where the little benches are, and I'll eat my lunch there or I'll go watch sunset there. So I do like it for that aspect, but I don't get in the ocean and swim and do laps. So not in that aspect, but I do use the beach for other ways, basically. Meeting women is going to be a lot harder, like I mentioned to other people, because of the language barrier, the culture barrier. So you're going to be better off probably trying to go to a Facebook group or to download some kind of app, maybe like a Tinder or some kind of app. But that's going to be your best probably bet. BB Kiss Apartments. I haven't heard of them. I don't know if that's the name of an apartment. 9 million. So the one bedroom that I was looking at in this same condo was 8.5 million. I know you could probably get them closer to 8 million, maybe even a little bit less than 8 million. But one bedroom, I kind of put the cap for me, at least in my budget. I don't want to spend over 8.5 million max for a one bedroom in this area. That's about my max that I want to spend. I spend 12 million for the 2 bedroom that I'm at now. So for me, a one bedroom max would be like 8.5 million. 450. Yeah, that's crazy when you guys have those HOA fees. That's insane. Like I said, man, it's a night and day difference. When Americans first come over here and realize how cheap stuff is, it's mind blowing. Yep. Yep. $500. And that includes the electricity too. It's technically $550, but I pay, that includes electricity, the water. I'm 1 block from the beach, 2 bedrooms, 2 bath. That includes the water, everything. So this is the best city. This is what I tell people, man, for the value for what you pay. It's insane. So I'm trying to remember. I think the highest dinner that I've ever had here. Now you can find higher dinners, no doubt. You can go to the Brazilian buffet steakhouse and pay like $15 for like a buffet. But myself, I've been here on and off for a year, and I want to say the highest price I've ever paid for my own meal, I think was maybe 150,000, which is about $6. So I don't think I've ever spent more than $6 or $7 on one meal for myself. And when my girlfriend was here, I think our highest bill for both of us for a dinner maybe was 200 and something thousand, which was 200 and let's call it 250, even $10. So 2 people to eat for $10. I just my food budget with cooking and groceries and going to restaurants is right around always constantly 160 to 180 a month, in that range. Mine is blown. It's the truth, man. I mean, it's crazy how cheap it is here. This is why it's so hard for me to leave the city. I try to find the equivalent. I always say, what's the Danong equivalent in the Philippines? I can't find it. What's the Danong equivalent in Thailand? I can't find it. Find me a city that has an international airport that's under $1,000, probably even under $800 budget, that has a beach, that has enough Western amenities, that has decent food, and is a safe city. I just can't find it. I just can't find it. It does, man. Once you leave the United States, everything goes out drastically. $75 realistically is about, I spend about $40 a week, $40 a week on either eating out, or if that week, if I'm going to eat groceries, I spend about $35 to $40 a week. So every week, my food budget is about $40. So 40, 80, 120, 160. My budget is about $160, whether I eat out, whether I cook. And cooking and eating out is almost the same price. The only reason why I cook is because there's some things that I just can't get out here that is good that I can make. But literally, it's hard to spend money out here. It's just so hard. I literally keep a daily budget. I'll show you guys actually. I've been keeping this budget for like a year in different cities. So this is the month. I'll try to show you guys this. So this is my daily budget. Let's see. So you'll see my daily budget says there. So what my set allowance is 144,000, which is like $6. So you'll see some of these days I went over, but the reason why I went over is because I went to the grocery store and I would load up for like a week. So you'll see like 800,000, but then if you see the next day it's 4,000, which 4,000 is like 30 cents. But the reason why it's 30 cents is because I break down my SIM card per day. So any of those days that you see 4,000, that really means I didn't spend any money at all eating out because I must have bought groceries all these days. So it's just crazily cheap. Oh yeah, you don't have to keep up. It's crazy. Yeah. So I've done a few of those videos. I don't think any of them really did that great, but I could do my favorite grocery store. I love going in there. I just got to figure out how I can make an 8-minute video. So the problem is when you do these YouTube videos, they run ads on your stuff. That's how we obviously get paid, is by the ads. So to basically get your ads to be shown and to get monetized, you need to do at least an 8-minute video, which YouTube wants you to do so that they can run your ads. So the only reason why I can't do a lot of short videos, which I would love to do, I would love to do a YouTube shorts, but the problem is nobody ever views my shorts. Like I get 100 views, 200 views. For some reason, YouTube doesn't push my YouTube shorts. But what I'll try to do is I'll try to do some kind of video where I go into the grocery store. I go there once or twice a week. So those kind of videos are no problem. Yep. I actually made it up. I did it very simple like this. So I'll show you. Next time I do a live, I'm going to try to share my computer screen. I got to figure out, I have OBS, and people told me with OBS, I can do a YouTube live stream. And once I do that, I can connect OBS, and then I'll be able to show you guys my desktop, and this stuff will be much easier to see. But I'll show you my little template. I literally made this. So if you guys will see, I have daily budget. So that's like the allowance that I give myself. This is the actual budget that I spend. And then my categories are food, transportation, which you guys see, I rarely spend money on transportation because I walk, entertainment, and the other category is entertainment and miscellaneous. And then if you look, I made it a little easier. I have my rent. So I break my rent down per day. My rent is 466,000. And then I have the USA conversion. So this breaks it down in US dollars. So this will tell me how much US dollars. Like this day was, my largest day was $31. And then 4 days after that, it was 16 cents, which is my SIM card. So that's how I do it. I will do the grocery store one. I will definitely do that. 6 months per year coming back in October. My monthly budget ranges for 800. Yep. You probably spend a little bit more on me. You're probably, everyone considers me pretty cheap and pretty frugal. I don't drink alcohol. I don't go to clubs. I don't take too much public transport, or not public, but I don't take too much transportation. But $800 to $1,000 is very reasonable. TikTok shorts. I do have a TikTok page, and I think I posted a few videos and they just never did good. I have a regular Instagram page, and my Instagram page just never gains any followers. I think I've had Instagram for like 3, 5, 6 years, something like that, and I'm still like only at freaking 300 subscribers. I don't really want to give it to you because it's not really that great. I haven't really uploaded much, but I will. If you guys check my YouTube description, um, I do have a brand new Instagram page. If you guys would like to follow it, it's basically Will Travels, but I don't have too much videos on there right now. But it's in my link, so if you guys want to check that out, um, definitely add me on there. So if you guys go onto my YouTube links, it would be very nice if you guys can add. So if you click on my YouTube page, all these links will pop up. So you can have the consultation, you can have the 30-minute consultation. There's the follow me on Facebook. I do have a Facebook page and a Facebook group page, I think it is, and a follow me on Instagram. So you guys can add all those if you guys want to. I comment on those too. So if you guys leave messages and comments, I do comment back on that. Haircut. So I cut my own hair, so I don't pay for it, but I believe haircuts are like $2, $3. They're extremely cheap. SIM card. So SIM card, what I do is I go down to Vinaphone. That's the company that I like to use. I get 7 gigabytes per day or 200 gigabytes per month, and I pay $5 for it. So it's extremely cheap. $5 for, I mean, I think I maybe use 2 or 3 gigabytes ever a day at the max, and I have 7 gigabytes, and I spend $5 a month. So it's extremely cheap. Mattresses. So I get a lot of questions about mattresses. So it's kind of crazy. But I've never had a hard mattress or a crazy mattress. It seems like I've known 3 people that have asked me specifically about mattresses. I've just never ran into a bad mattress. I'm not saying they're the greatest things on earth, but I've never had an uncomfortable mattress. But it's kind of crazy. I've never really thought about mattresses, but you're now the 3rd person that's asked me about that. This is what with the Visa runs and travel. Yeah. So if you add the Visa runs, yep, you'll get that. So Bill's haircut is 70,000, which is a little under $3. It's 25,000 to the dollar. So you can see it's just right under $3. And then a tip. Yeah. So $4. $4 easy. You'll spend, even if you got ripped off, you'd spend less than $5 on a haircut. I couldn't even imagine someone spending like over 100 and something thousand for a haircut. When I see haircuts, they're like 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 90,000. So even if you overpaid, if you just walked into a casual place off the street and they charged you an outrageous price, it still would probably be like 100,000. Wanted to live on 5,000 US a month. How, I mean, you would get anything you want here because like I said, so 5,000 a month, your biggest cost is going to be a rental. So I see amazing, like insane places that are just like crazy to me. And they go for like maybe 2,000 a month here. Like sometimes 1,500 to 2,000 a month, which is outrageous here. 2,000 a month is insane. So you spend 2,000 on your rental, you still have 3,000 to go. I spend $160 on my food. So even if you did 5 times my food budget, you'd be at like $600 for food. That would be like you going out to a nice fancy restaurant 3 times a day, every single day, and you would probably spend like $500. So right there, food and your rental, you're at $2,500. So you still have another $2,500 left over for your transportation and for your miscellaneous. Like I said, if someone gave me thousands of dollars, I wouldn't know what to do with it. It'd be too hard to spend it. Dion and Kim. So I think I have heard those names. I'm trying to remember. So I don't remember names good, but I kind of remember that name. Let me look up Dion and Kim. There it is. Oh, I just seen this pop up on my YouTube today. I think this is who you're talking about. I have not watched them yet, but this did show up on my home screen today. I have not seen them yet. The only people that I've really seen that actually are here in Da Nang is Sammy, the other guy Travis, myself, obviously. Um, and there's another, I think they're from the USA, but I think they're a Korean couple, or maybe they're Vietnamese. And they're out here. I've been watching their channel a little bit, but that's basically the only long-term Da Nang people that I've actually seen here. A lot of people, there's not that many YouTubers that permanently or long-term live in Da Nang. It's not like the Philippines. The Philippines has tons and tons and tons of people that live long-term and vlog in the Philippines. But out here, there's only a few. There's only a handful. Let's see, what else do we have? I'm trying to think of any other stories or anything else I can tell you guys for tonight. Just making sure, Will, on your link. Yep. So if you go to that consultation, it's simple. Just go on to my YouTube channel, my description. So where you view the channel, if you click on my link, so here's the description. I'll show you guys real quick. So my description is there, and then I'll have different things. All the links you just literally click on. There's Buy Me a Coffee. There's the 1-hour video consultation. You'll click on that link. You could do a 30-minute consultation. You could do a support the channel. You could do a follow my Facebook. For example, let's click on the consultation. You literally will click there, and it should take you exactly to my booking site. So here, you'll just scroll here, and then what you can do is you could just pick the date, and then what you do is you pay with either PayPal or you pay with Buy Me a Coffee, depending on if you want the 30-minute or the 1 hour. They're two different prices, and you just book it. It's simple and easy. Thanks to Geo that showed me how easy you can link that stuff, but it's very simple. While you're in Canaan, how many people would you say that spoke English? So yeah, there was less people that spoke English, but it was still manageable. I ran into probably the best speaking English person there. He's in one of my videos from Quinyon. If you've seen the video in Quinyon, you've seen I was talking to a guy in the plaza. He spoke great English. He actually told me that I was the first American, he might even said Western traveler that he's seen in 3 months there. So that's how rare travelers go there. I'm not sure how accurate it was, but I asked him, I said, how often do you see travelers? How often do you see American? And he either said an American or he said Western guy. And he said it's been 3 months since he's seen the last one. PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee. Buy Me a Coffee is simple too. I just found out about it. All you do is you go to the site, Buy Me a Coffee, and you can put in any of your debit card, your credit card. It's the same thing. It takes all payments. It's just a different setup. Be awesome if you call me. Yeah. I'm actually surprised. Like, I don't know if I'm just kind of noticing it now, but there's a lot of people starting to really think about coming to Da Nang. So that's great. It's great because I love the city. I love talking about it, but it might be bad for all of us in the long run, because then with all these people coming and finding out Da Nang, maybe all these landlords are going to start raising the prices. So maybe Da Nang will start increasing prices. That's the only downside about it. What else though? This is rainy season, so this is going to be your coolest time. This is going to be your rainiest time all the way to, again, till about January. January, the rain will slow down, but it actually hasn't been raining that much now. Yeah, whoever was in here earlier seen the rain coming down, but it seems like it stopped. Vietnam, yeah, Vietnam intrigues me a lot too, Jim. I came here in 2019, Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi. And I didn't love Da Nang. I didn't hate Da Nang. It was just like, okay. But then in 2022, when I came to Da Nang for the first time, Da Nang really changed my opinion about Vietnam. So AE, so that is going to be my next thing is I'm going to offer a in-person service, but it's going to be a little different. So what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to offer a service where I will pick you up at the airport. So you'll get at the airport, I'll pick you up. I will book you a Grab or InDrive, so you don't have to worry about any of that. I will either get you your SIM card there that day. I'll show you which bank to pull your money out of. I will get you back to your hotel on the Grab. Then that next day, if you haven't got your SIM card yet, I will take you down to either Venafone or Viatel, the SIM card company. I'll get you set up on your SIM card, and I will walk you around the neighborhood. If you guys stay in this area, I'll show you all the restaurants that I recommend, or just any other restaurants in general. I'll show you the grocery stores. I'll take you to the beach. I'll show you all the insider stuff that you guys should know about, the banks, the little secret hidden spots. And then I'm debating about on the third day, this wouldn't be all day every day. This would probably be an hour, 2 hours each one of those days. And then the third day, if you wanted, I could set you up with a rental agent if you wanted to get out of a hotel, and if you wanted to actually book a longer term apartment. I know a couple of good agents that I can even go with you with them and take a look at places. So that is going to be the in-person service that I'm going to probably provide. It's not up on my services yet, but I think I'm going to start providing that. If you guys are interested, and if there's enough demand, I will do that. So at least I'm going to stay in Da Nang. I'm getting my new visa October 5th. So I will be here for another 3 months after October 5th. So I'll be there all the way to about January 2nd. If my YouTube page isn't paying my bills by January 2nd, then at that point, I'm probably going to look at going to China to teach English. But if I can pay my bills on YouTube, then I will probably stay in Da Nang and maybe get another 3-month visa in January. So that would take me February, March, April. So it just depends on how this channel works out. I don't think I'll ever stop doing the channel, but I might, if I have to go make money in China, I will continue the channel in China. And that would be an interesting channel and an interesting videos at that point. Oh, easily, man. Jim, easily. I live here for $750 a month. And like I said, I have a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1 block from the beach. That rent and electricity is $550. The rest of my bills are about another $200. So I live well under $800 a month here easily. You present yourself well. Don't stop. There's no reason for you shouldn't. Yep. I just can't control the growth. That's the thing. So I can't control the subscriber. It's not really the subscribers. So I'm already at the monetization point. So the subscribers are not a big deal. I just need the views. So obviously, how YouTube works is there's a thing called a CPM. A CPM is kind of like your hourly rate or your pay rate. That is multiplied by how many daily views you get. So obviously, the more views a day that I get, the bigger money I get for that day. So right now I'm averaging on a good day, maybe 2,000 to 3,000 views per day. So to be realistically, to probably break even, I would need to get to like the 6,000 views a day realistically. Realistically, if I can get to 6,000 views per day, I would probably be breaking even on my bills a month here. So that's the next goal, to maybe get to like 6,000 views per day. How much money would you try to save? So my personal thing is, if you asked me for myself, I would tell you I would like to have 1 year's worth of cost of living when I leave the United States. So I can do Da Nang and most of Southeast Asia for about $10,000 a year with all my bills included. So I honestly, my best answer would be 1 year of cost of living for you. For me, it's 10,000. I could live in Asia, especially Da Nang, for 10,000. So my answer to that would be either 10,000 or whatever your cost of living would be for you in Southeast Asia. So some people think I'd live a little bit more expensive than them. Some people say I live a little bit more cheap than them. So for me, realistically, 10,000 is how much I feel comfortable leaving the US with. How much would it be for the in-person? I don't know on that. I don't know. I would love your guys' input. I just don't know, because I haven't hammered out the exact services. I don't know if a lot of you guys want that third day where I take you to a rental agent and you guys look for a long-term apartment. I could get rid of that one or not. I could also just offer the pickup service where I pick you up at the airport, get you a grab, get you back to your hotel, get you your SIM card. I could do that. So I'm just kind of hammering out the options. And for me, I do a 1 hour consultation on the video call, which is $50. So I don't know what I would charge. I don't know if I should charge it by kind of the same consultant rate per hour, because I'm figuring that service would probably take me 3 different days because of the SIM card would probably be closed on the day that you land here. The one day would be set up to walk around. The other day would be set up to do that. So it would probably be a 3 to 5 hour process over 3 days. So realistically, maybe $150. I'm not sure, but I still have to hammer out those details. For groceries, do you trust? Yeah, I have no problem with trusting anything here. But just for me, I would have no problem with it. But I have a perfect grocery store here, and the prices are almost as cheap as the street market. And it's so close to me that I go to a place called Moon Milk. If that place wasn't there, I probably would go to the street markets. But just because Moon Milk is almost the same price and I love the grocery store, I just kind of default and go to it. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Mike. I just need to hammer out and actually get it printed on paper of exactly all the services. Because I know that some people want this service, some people don't necessarily need the rental part. So what I need to do is kind of hammer out the details of that service. I'm going to try to have that service hammered out probably this week or next week. And then once I do that, it'll be up on my YouTube page, like how you see the consulting link. I will have that listed on there as soon as I get that hammered out. But that's been my top priority besides editing my videos and getting up. That is my top priority. I'm going to get this next YouTube video out tomorrow, I think, hopefully tomorrow morning or maybe tomorrow afternoon. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the fine print of what service that I'm going to have. I don't know if I should do it a la carte. Like, should I just have a standard pickup service and then you can add this service, you can add this service, you can add this service? Or do I just offer one catch-all service for one price and it just includes everything, whether you need it or not? I don't know. So that's the only reason why I haven't included that service and haven't got it up yet. I just need to hammer out the small details. But within about a week or less, I think I should have that up. So I hope that will be up pretty soon. Because actually, I've got about 4 viewers that are constantly saying, hey, I want to get that service. I'm coming in October. I'm coming in November. Please get that up. So I'm getting a lot of viewers wanting me to do that service. So they're kind of on me. So that is my top priority. My apartment situation, in what aspect? Looking for them? Jim, are you talking about did I decide on which apartment that I stayed at or which issue? Digital nomad. So I've looked into everything. I'm not sure what you mean specifically by the digital nomad thing, but like I said, I teach English online, but that market's dead. I've tried everything, the affiliate marketing. I've dabbed in all this other stuff, and nothing really catches on. The most enjoyable and actually lucrative that has paid off for me, which is the only one that's ever made any money for me, was the YouTube monetization, which I haven't made a lot. Honestly, I've only made, I think, $180 this month. So I got monetized 3 weeks ago, and in my first month, I made about $180 on views so far. So I might hit $200 by the time September ends, but it's a lot more than I thought I would make. I ended up staying at the same apartment that I was currently at. I did not move out, but in about 2 weeks, I'm going to go to another apartment search and possibly move out. So you'll see another YouTube video of me checking out apartments, because I keep telling myself I want to downgrade. I want to save the extra 180 or $200 to go down to a 1-bedroom. But the problem is, I just love this place. The place that I'm at, the situation that I'm at here is just so perfect that it's hard for me to leave. I am thinking of that AE, Um, I just don't know if I want to have like offer this service and say, oh, you can add on this one, you can add on this one. And it might be too much for people to handle. They're like, I don't know, what is this? What is this? But I do know the service that most people tell me that they want is they do want me to meet them at the airport. They wouldn't have to book a Grab. I will do all that for them. They don't have to get any currency out. I could show them exactly which bank to pull out your money from. I will take you back to your hotel. I will get you settled in. The next day, we will go around. I'll walk you around the neighborhood. I'll show you the grocery store that I mentioned at. I will show you all the little restaurants or the cool little dive places. I will show you the beach. I will show you the neighborhood and everything like that. I think that's the big service that everybody wants, is kind of picking you up, getting you in the Grab, getting you back to your hotel, and showing you the neighborhood. I think everybody kind of was in agreement that that's the service that they want. I don't know beyond that point of what it is. I am definitely going to offer a couple of different of those packages for sure. I just got to hammer it out and put it on paper, and then kind of just hammer out the details and put it up. But I would love to start doing that. There's supposedly someone that's flying in Monday, and he said he wanted me to do that service. So maybe I might do it for him. I haven't heard back from him in a couple days, but if any of you guys are interested in that service, I definitely will. Even if it's not up and advertised, I still will do it for you guys. I don't know if any of you guys are coming to Danong in the next week or two. I doubt it. But if you guys are, and if you guys wanted that service, I could still do it. We would just work something out, even though it's not on my site. But within about the next week, I'm going to try to have that up. Local currency. No, it's not really a hassle. It's not really a hassle. I recommend the easiest way is going to a bank. But you do want to kind of, so there's different banks. Some banks here will only let you pull out 5 million per transaction. I recommend HSBC. I could show you, there's only 2 HBCs in Danong. I could take you to the one either at the airport, or I could take you to the one in the city. I know where they're at. I can get you there simple. You guys wouldn't even need to pull out any currency if I pick you up from the airport, because I will book the Grab. You guys don't have to pay for the Grab. The Grab price will be included in the service. So you guys don't need to pay for transportation. All you got to do is walk out of the airport. I'll pick you up. I'll have the Grab booked. You just put your bags in. We'll get in. The Grab will be paid for. You guys won't have to give any currency or nothing like that. I'll get you back to the hotel. Then it usually, most of the Danong flights land late afternoon or nighttime. So probably I would drop you off at the hotel. It'd probably be dinner time or past that. The next day we would meet up. I would walk you around the neighborhood, get you used to everything, show you how to use InDrive. I'll show you how to use Agoda. I'll show you how to post on Facebook to contact agents for a long-term rental. I'll show you guys all that stuff. I'll show you where the grocery stores are. I'll show you the good ATMs in this area. I'll show you guys all that. So those are the services that I think most people want. In Thailand. When would you suggest that I apply for the night? So I heard from the visa agency, you can apply all the way up to a year. I am in the boat that apply as soon as you can. As soon as you know the date that you're going, book. I tell people at least 1 month in advance just to be safe. But if you 100% know the date that you're going to go and it's 3 months ahead of time, book it then. But if you're positive, book it the sooner the better. I would say no less than 1 month. 2 weeks, you're pushing it because you might get your application rejected and you got to reapply it again. But I would say 1 month just to feel very comfortable. But if you know, like, let's say you know you're going in 2 months and you know the date, I would book it in 2 months ahead of time and I'd get it done. June. Okay, June. So you're coming out here in June 2025. If I'm here in June 2025, that means that my channel has been making me money and I didn't go to China. So my ideal goal would be, it would be a great thing if I meet up with you, Steve, in June of 2025. If we meet up and I do that service for you, that means my channel has picked up and I'm paying my bills off my YouTube channel. So if that happens, not only will you be enjoying your trip in Danong, but that means that I would have made some money and been able to pay my bills here off of YouTube. So I'm hoping 100% that in June that I will be doing that service for you, because that will be great news for me that I've actually made money and stayed in Da Nang. Because as of now, January is, as far as I know, is my last time that I'm going to be here, assuming I don't make enough money. If I make more money, then I would actually end up love staying in Da Nang. So we will see on that aspect. I talk so much, man. Some people love that I talk so much, and some people hate it. The people that love it are the people that love the information and they say, man, you give me so much. The people that hate it are like my real life friends, my family. They say, oh my God, man, you talk so much. You talk so much. Be quiet. So my family, my friends, they tell me I talk too much. They don't like it. The people that like my information, they love me talking a lot. So it's a love-hate thing with me talking a lot to people. So who knows? If you guys haven't hit the subscribe button, man, please hit that subscribe. I would love to hit 1,600 subscribers soon. Let's see what we're at now. I love doing these lives, man. These lives go by so fast. Okay, cool. We're at 1,576. So I think I've gained a few subscribers since we've done this. So I'm 24 subscribers away from 1,600. So another milestone, man. 1,600. I love it. I hope one day I'll be at 16,000, not just 1,600, but 16,000 would be great. I'm looking forward to hitting that 2,000 mark. That 2,000 mark is kind of a mind-blowing for me to think of right now also. So let's just keep those subscribers. Let's keep the views. I've noticed, I kind of blame myself. So I noticed my views have been down the past couple days. I put out that top 6 app video. I'll show you guys actually. And it doesn't seem like that video has done that good. So if you guys look, let's try to show you guys here. Let's see if you can see it. So my 6 travel app, if you look, I think I have like 784 views in 4 days. So I'm averaging just like 200 views a day. But if you look, like my Visa is at 2,000 views in a week, 1.3 thousand. So it looks like you guys didn't like my travel app. That's my fault. I probably should have done my research better and I kind of figured you guys would like the travel app video, but it seems like people didn't. I think people are more interested in the traveling side rather than the apps. Market Spanish properties all over social media. Interesting. A rental agent. You know what's crazy is that I meet up with a lot of these rental agents here, and they actually tell me, they go, man, you know so much about the rental market. You know all the places you're looking at. You should be a rental agent here. And I'm like, you guys don't pay enough. Like, I think you get a small percentage out here in Vietnam, but I could probably rent these damn apartments out to people. I'd probably be their best rental agent just because I know what people want and I know what areas and everything like that. Hey, what's up, Joe? There was something else I wanted to tell you guys. Oh, here's what I wanted to ask you guys. I'm going to be doing a video with the American guy that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to do a sit-down interview and basically ask him things like, where is he from? How did he get to Asia? What he likes about the Philippines, why he chose to live in the Philippines, what he likes about Vietnam. Basically a kind of a life story of him traveling, basically traveling. I don't know if you guys are going to like that or not. I love the aspect of watching interviews, but I'm just not sure of what my audience is going to be interested in. So I would love to know, would you guys be interested in watching sit down interviews about travel, like about basically other expats, digital nomads that are traveling the world, that are either from USA or a Western country. And basically I find their story out. Like, there's a guy, every man has a story or something like that. The guy that's in the Philippines, he does interviews, and I've always kind of wanted to do some videos like that. So I'm going to do a video with him, I think maybe next week. I think that'll be 2 videos from now that I upload that will be out. And then I have 2 guys that live next door to me. They're Canadian. One guy, writes and publishes books, and the other guy is building his brand that's based on boxing gyms and UFC gyms. So I'm interested in doing an interview with those two guys also. So I would love to do those videos, but I just hope that you guys would be interested in them too. Because sometimes I make videos and you guys don't really like them, at least views wise. It'll show me like my click through rate. It'll show me that like my views are low on that video. So obviously there's something about certain videos that you guys don't like. YouTube doesn't tell me, oh, they didn't like this or they didn't like that. So my only opportunity to ask you guys really if what style videos you like is in here. So I would love for you guys to watch those videos, because I would kind of like to add maybe a little bit of interview videos to my channel, maybe even start doing interviewing locals, like for example, maybe like local, do an interview with a local banh mi lady, do a local interview with a restaurant owner, do an interview with just different locals and get a different perspective. But we'll have to see. I'll upload a interview video and then just see what you guys think. Maybe you guys will like it, maybe you won't, but I will test it out. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I don't want to overcharge and I don't want to undercharge. So that's why I've been really putting a good amount of thought into it. Um, because it is kind of a lot of work for me too. Like necessarily I have to do some stuff, and I would love to get it done in one day, but just because most flights land in Da Nang late at night or at least in the nighttime, I don't have the capability of go helping you get your SIM card in person in town until the next day. And then the also setting up a rental agency agent to take a look at the place with you is going to be another day too. So it's a little bit of time consuming for me. So I do need to charge a little bit to cover that, but at the same time, I don't want to charge too much too. I love seeing you with Chuck and Paige. I watched them for years. I was wondering if you're having dinner together. Chuck and Paige. I'm not sure who Chuck and Paige is. Um, I'm not sure who Chuck and Paige is. Something that you might think about, but I'm not sure how your girlfriend will like it. Interview some cute Vietnamese women, not dating. It's just hard to run into people like that. I would love to interview locals, but the problem is kind of what you guys talk about, like how hard is it to date? Um, like how hard is it to date? And it's kind of like the language barrier. It's kind of the culture barrier. Like you just don't walk outside and just see some random girls saying, "Hey, interview me for a thing." It's kind of a lot harder. Um, I am going to do the membership. I'm glad you reminded me of that, Steve. So I'm glad you brought that up. So I think I'm going to add the membership option, but I don't know what you guys want. So on the membership option, what I could do is I can post unposted videos that I've never released, maybe like with bloopers and just raw uncut video, or maybe I can make a specific one video per week on just a certain topic for just the members. Or maybe I could do something like a members only live chat. I don't know what you guys would want in a membership, but those are my three thinkings. Either just raw video of me going out. Maybe I would be talking. Maybe it would just be raw videos of all these different sites. Or I could do one specific video per week that's dedicated just to the members. Or maybe even like a once a week member only live chat. Members only, don't need to be monetized. It's paying for members. You could put your shorts for members only. You don't need to be monetized if you're paying members. I'm not sure what you mean. But I need to figure out because if I'm going to charge a membership, I need to make sure you guys get value. So some people just say like, hey, I'll just do whatever. I'll maybe get around to do a live. I feel like if you guys pay for a membership, you guys need to get some value. I just need to figure out what you guys consider value. Because I can go out every single day practically and just shoot video. Maybe I might not make a video out of it, but I will get a clip of me at a restaurant showing you guys the menu, showing you stuff like this, that I could just put that raw, because then I wouldn't have to edit it. I could just basically trim and edit it tiny bit, but I don't have to do in-depth editing, and I can load that up. Or I could just maybe do one dedicated video per month for my members, or I could do live chats like this for members only. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I could do that. I need to figure out if you guys would be. I could do that. That would be the easiest option for me, because then I wouldn't have to sit down and spend hours to edit things and do voiceover. But if you guys, if members were interested, I could go out any day that I go out, I can go get some kind of footage. Maybe I could speak on camera a little bit, but maybe I would just go down to the banh mi lady and I'd order a banh mi, and I would have a 2-minute clip of her making the banh mi and maybe say, oh, hey, this is my order. This is how I do it. I'd walk to Moon Milk, the grocery store. I'd buy my day. Oh, I'm buying some eggs right here. Here's the eggs. And then I would just come back and I would just upload that just raw video of basically me going out for the day. And I could do that on the membership channel. So I could do that. And then I still feel like I would still like to do a once a week or once every 2 weeks, something like that, live chat for the members only too. Yeah, I could do that. That kind of stuff would be no problem. So I just need to figure out, I think I just need to hit the turn membership button on my account. I don't know if I have to do anything else. I haven't even looked into it yet, but I kind of think you just turn the memberships on, and then I think I have to set my price. I don't know. I honestly don't know what people charge for memberships. I'm not going to charge anything crazy, nothing crazy like that, because I don't even know how many people even want a membership. But I don't know, maybe $2 or $3 for a membership or something like that is what I'm thinking. I don't even know what people charge for memberships. Like even when I looked up consulting, I was shocked because I guess I only do a $50 fee for an hour consultation. And I was looking at some people and their charge like 100 and $150. And I was like, that's crazy. So like for me, I just charge $50. I charge $50 for an hour, and you could do the half an hour. If people only want to do a half hour, I do it for $25. $6.99. Okay. That seemed kind of expensive, but if you guys are fine with that, I mean, obviously it helps the channel. Literally everything, 99% of this money is going straight back into the channel, either budget wise for paying for the bills or going to these attractions. So it all comes back. So it just allows me to pay my bills and allows me to go to the Dragon Bridge or go to this restaurant, go buy this and upload the videos of it. But everything gets put right back into it. F1 channel grew the channel fast by doing regular live streams with subscribers only chatting. Okay. I see. So you say he grew the channel fast by doing regular live streams. So basically he was doing live streams like this, but with subscribers only chatting in the stream. So how is he growing the channel? He was growing the channel because he would do a live stream and the only people that can watch it or comment were paid members. The only thing I hate, I just don't want to be that guy that says, hey, I only do live streams for money now. I kind of feel bad because I honestly love doing live streams, and I don't want to lose a lot of the core audience that just either don't want to pay, can't pay. I don't want to lose them because it kind of feels like I'm doing it only for money, and I don't want to be that guy that just says, hey, I'm only here for money, because I genuinely like making the videos. I genuinely like making these. I just want to pay my bills. I mean, I don't want to get rich or nothing like that. I just want to be able to pay my bills and stay here longer in Danong. So I don't want to rule out and say, hey guys, if you guys don't pay, you don't get to see no live streams. Like, I don't want to be that kind of guy. Can you shop for me and send to USA? I will pay for. What do you mean shop for you? Oh, you mean like buy a product? It's just such a hassle, man. For one, it would take a long time. For two, it has to go through customs. For three, it would probably cost you. The product would probably be cheap, but then probably getting it there, the time and everything would probably do too time consuming. Yeah, if I would have bought Bitcoin years ago. So when I was in college, I had a college buddy. He was investing in Bitcoin. This must have been like 2005, 2006. and I think he was buying Bitcoin for under $900 for sure. But I want to say back then, I can't remember, but I want to say it was like 200 or $300, something crazy. It was under $900 for sure. And nobody heard of Bitcoin back in 2005, 2006. If I would have got in back then, I could be retired in Danong, but obviously I got in way too late. My only issue in life has just been making money. I have the knowledge, I have the skill, I have the smarts. I just don't have the money. That's it. I mean, that's literally it. Fire, yeah, like the financial retirement. I know all about that stuff. My problem is my skills are just not transferable money wise. So I know things how to do visas. I know how to travel. You guys see what my skills are. My skills are being able to talk, being able to do visas, being able to navigate, being charismatic, but none of that stuff. No companies value that. No companies want to pay me for that. So my highest skills, businesses are like, what the hell? We don't care. You know how to travel, big deal. Oh well, that doesn't transfer over to us. So all my skills are kind of like not valuable to companies. Oh yeah, yeah. So of course, so if I had like if you guys were members, you guys would get a discount. So yeah, I've already thought of that. So if you guys were already paying members, you guys would get a discount on the in service. Yeah, yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. And possibly I might even offer different membership packages. Like maybe I'll even offer a larger membership package where certain parts of the in-person services are free or something once I think about it and sit down and spend some time on it. But yeah, for sure. If you're a member, you're gonna get a better price on the in service, especially. Oh yeah, yeah. Man, for me, so realistically, if I had $300,000, I would probably be able to retire. I'm 42 right now. So realistically, I probably just need to make it to what, 62 before I get retirement. And I spend $10,000 a year. I would probably have to bump it up with inflation, but let's just play numbers real quick. 20 years, 10,000, that's $200,000. To be safe, let's add in an extra 100,000, 300,000. I could do 300,000. Um, like I said, the money thing, I'm never gonna be like, oh my God, you guys don't pay this. So like I don't want to be that guy. I just literally just want to be able to pay the bills and be able to my ideal, like if someone just said, hey, right now I'll grant you your wish and you never have to think about it, I would just say, I just want to have $1 after all my bills. I want to have just $1 left over after all my bills, whatever my transportation, all that is every month. And I would like to be able to travel as far as like go to Bangkok, go do some videos in Bangkok, maybe go here to this city in Vietnam, maybe go to Malaysia. Like that's my ultimate goal for my channel is just to be able to travel around and pay my bills. If I get to that point, I mean, that's as good as I want to get. If I can get to that point, I'd be ecstatic. I would honestly never really have a reason to go back to the USA. I'd go back to the USA probably once every other or possibly at the most once every Christmas, maybe once every other Christmas. But also remember as an American citizen, if you're out of the country for 330 days, I don't know how many of you guys notice this, but if you're an American and you're out of the country for 330 days a year and you make money, you do not pay taxes on it, at least up to $120,000. It's called the FEIE tax exemption, I think it's called, or the tax rule. So if you're out of the country for basically 11 months out of 12 months of the year, anything that you make up to $120,000 is tax free. So that's a huge reason where I would never really want to be back in USA long term. Maybe I'll go back like in Thanksgiving and then leave by New Year's. That would probably be the longest I would stay in the USA, just because of the tax reasons and just because of the expensive cost of living in the USA. But that's just kind of basically my main goal is to do something like that. But I'm trying to think, the membership, man. So the big news coming out this week is going to be the new video is coming out tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will go watch that video tomorrow. My last video didn't get that many views, so I didn't make much on that video. I think I made like $3, but I'm happy at $3. I didn't even think I was going to make $3 in a week or 2 weeks on my channel, especially for my first month. But that video didn't do much. So hopefully you guys will like this food budget video. Then after that, I think I'm going to open up the membership channel. I'm probably going to turn the membership channel on maybe today or tomorrow, but I'm probably going to tell you guys, probably don't. You guys can buy the membership if you want now, but it'll probably take me a couple of days to get some videos up there. So if you guys want to buy the membership as soon as it opens, that's fine. But it probably will take me a couple of days to get some videos up there or get you guys some content. Maybe I'll just do a quick live when I go and open it up. But I'm going to get the membership probably up and running this week. And then I'm going to try to offer that in service, get that running and up. But you guys can always book that consultant services. So if you guys want any questions answered about where you should stay in Da Nang, your visa questions, any of that, you can book a 30-minute session to it. You can do all that. The Zoom chat, I could do a members only Zoom chat. If everybody had Zoom, I'd probably do it. I would kind of think most people would probably want to do it on YouTube just because everyone must have YouTube to buy a membership on YouTube, so they probably do it. But whatever works best for other people is fine. It's no big deal to me. But I'm trying to think, do I have any other news for you guys or any interesting topics? Do I have any other thing? What other questions do you guys got? Is there any kind of specific videos that you guys want? I know you guys like the apartment videos. I know you guys like the visa videos, but what else do you like? Tomorrow is going to be a daily food budget. It's only like 9 minutes. It's just a cool little short video. And I'm going to do the interview next. So I think the interview video will be coming up at the end of this week or next week. But what other videos do you guys want? So I can at least start putting it in the back of my mind and start developing it. Guided tours of locations featured in the movie Good Morning Vietnam. So here's my kind of take on that. I don't really want to turn into a tour guide because I just don't know enough about a lot of these things. Like, I know the stuff that I go to, I can tell you because I'm an expert on the places that I go to, but I just don't know how good of a tour guide. I kind of feel like I would be ripping you guys off because I just don't know the history of certain things and I don't know the stuff. So I don't really want to turn into a tour guide, but I could easily tour you around my neighborhood because I'm an expert on that. I'm the type where I just hate feeling like I didn't give you guys enough value. So I don't want to really be a tour guide per se, unless it's stuff that I actually know. Discounts for people that are not so generous. What do you mean by not so generous? Maybe even offer discounts for people that are not so generous. You have to figure out what time is worth, and you have to remember that. I understand, man. I understand. That's why, like I was saying, I was shocked. Everyone was telling me to do some consulting. I was getting a lot of messages, and I didn't know what to charge for the hour. So I looked at everyone else, and all these other YouTube consultants, they're charging like $100 or 150. And I was like, that's crazy. So for me, I felt like I was coming in low. I did an hour for $50. And then I seen a lot of people only have an hour. So I said, you know what? Maybe there's people that only want 30 minutes, or maybe they don't want to pay the $50. So that's why I offer the 30-minute for $25. I did it twice. I think I'm actually going to raise it up to $30. It's going to be $1 a minute, just because I would like to give the people that book a 1 hour a little bit of a better discount, because right now the 30 minutes is basically half the price as the hour. So I would like to give a little bit of a discount to people that book the hour. So that's at least how I look at it. But I'm willing to listen to what you guys want and how you guys want to do stuff. Like I said, I've only been monetized for 3 weeks, so I'm just learning the ropes right now. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was filmed in Thailand. Like I said, man, I'm not out here to make money. I've been making YouTube videos for 10 or 11 months without getting a single dollar. Actually, I've been paying for all my videos. When I go out to restaurants, I'm paying for it. When I go out to these locations that I go to, I pay for it. So I've literally made no money on YouTube until the past 3 weeks. And I still not, I'm only at like what 20% of what I make or what I spend in a month here. So it's not about the money. It just would be nice to continue to be able to do the channel while I'm able to at least break even. If I could break even, I'll even be happy. I hope so, man. I hope I'll do well. Everyone keeps telling me that, but I just don't know. Yeah, if any of you guys, so this is how open I am. This is how flexible. So I have my schedule open for literally 24 hours a day. If you guys, I know there's a time difference, but I'll literally take a consultation at any time. If you guys, if it's like 3 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning for me, I will set my alarm and I will do a 1 hour consultation no matter what time. If you look on my calendar is open 24 hours a day. So pretty much, if as long as I'm not doing anything, if I'm not going out, I will take your guys' consultation. Videos, yeah, I'm normally doing this stuff anyways, but it's obviously money out and no money coming in, and I don't really spend a lot. I don't really do those Bana Hills and all the expensive stuff. I kind of just do the free stuff or the cheap stuff. So it doesn't cost me too much, but it does cost me my time and whatever I pay. So like I said, if I could just break even every month while growing my channel, I'd be extremely happy, because then it buys me more time that I can stay in Danong. But I don't know. We just got to see how it works out, man. This is only my first. Actually, you know what? I think today is actually my 30th day. I think it is. I think I got monetized August 26th or August 27th. So I think my time, it's 1 o'clock. It's almost 2 o'clock right now. It just hit September 26th. So I either been monetized for 29 or 30 days now. So this is actually my first month. A donation service. So I do have a donation service. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but right here, I have this because I didn't know that they have this. But right here, if you guys just click on my YouTube page where like my description is, you guys could do buy me a coffee, which is like a donation, or I have my support the channel PayPal. So people can go here, you can input your regular debit, credit card, whatever you have, and you could buy me a coffee, which is just basically giving a tip. Or you can go to my PayPal page and you could drop one there. So if anyone wants to do that, they can drop that there as well. What else? I feel like I'm missing something. I wanted to tell you guys something else. I feel like it's slipping out of the back of my mind. My video is coming out. My membership. I'm going to turn that membership on. You guys just keep motivating me to do a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to balance 50 different balls at once and juggling all these different things. But if I'm a procrastinator, so if I kind of put them off, I won't do them. So if I get a lot of stuff on my plate, it forces me to kind of get the ball rolling. So that's good. But I think the next time I do a live, I think I'm going to do it in the daytime. Like I said, I'm going to go out to dinner tomorrow with my American friend. And supposedly, any of you guys that know Sammy that does videos out here, supposedly we're going to meet up for dinner with him. And I think I might try to do a live with him. If I don't do a live with him, I'm going to at least shoot some recorded footage and possibly make that into a video. So there will be some kind of video footage from that. So the membership, I understand that. I would never, so let me just get this clear. So for me, I would never get rid of the live chat. I would never get rid of the free live chat. The only difference is what I might do, I'm still debating it, but the live chat for the members would just be a separate thing. But I will still, like how I'm doing this one, this would still be, I would still do a free one all the time. Now, I might add an additional live stream for the paying members for just a certain topic or whatever it was about, to thank them, to just talk to the members. But I will never get rid of the free live stream that I do. I will always do that. I will always do it, no problem. So don't ever think that I'm never going to get rid of my free YouTube channel. I'm never going to get rid of that. That will always come around. I'm always going to upload videos. I'm always going to do free lives, but I might for the members, I might do maybe once a week an extra live for them, maybe. But if they want other content like video, raw video, maybe I'll do that. But don't worry, I will never get rid of the free lives. The free lives will always be here. So that's not a problem at all. It was Joe and Gift. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, we went down to Flyburger. We ate Flyburger. So if you've seen, I'm on about 3 different videos that night. Um, I'm on Joe. I'm on Joe's video that I just seen. I met him that night. And then there's another guy, JR, that I met. I'm on his video. Steve, enjoy your coffees. Oh, okay. Did you send something? If you did, I appreciate it. But yeah, so you seen that video. Okay. Yeah. We went down to Flyburgers. I like that place. At first, I went to Flyburgers and I didn't enjoy it the first time I was there last year. I'm not gonna say I didn't like it, but it was just okay. But the thing about it was I went there a second time. They just opened up a new location. I think they shut down from their other one, and I went there and it was actually pretty good. So I was definitely. Oh, Steve, you did, man. I just got the message from you, man. I appreciate it. Freaking thumbs up, Steve. The coffee. When you mentioned the coffee, I was thinking in my mind because I was like, I don't drink coffee, but the coffee. Okay, I appreciate it, man. Steve, man, you are the man. I appreciate it 1,000%, man. You guys just, I mean, it's just crazy what you guys do. Like, I honestly, I know it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but I'm just blown away that anybody even watches my channel, let alone tips, let alone comments, let alone views my channel, let alone subscribes to my channel. So I just can't thank you guys enough, man. I appreciate it tremendously. So triple thumbs up to Steve, man. Steve is always in the chat. Steve always leaves comments on my video, so I appreciate it a lot. I can't say enough about all you guys, especially Steve for dropping that, man. I appreciate that. Buy me a coffee, man. I appreciate it 1,000%. How long are you here? So I'm gonna be here probably at least till January. My next visa runs out in January. Oh yeah. So you literally, just to break it down to understand how much $25 goes for me. So you probably got me 5, 10. You got me at least 5 to 6 days worth of eating out at a restaurant dinner, like easily, probably 6 days for me. Or you probably literally got me a month's worth of banh mi. So literally that's the equivalent to what I can get with that. That's how budget wise I am. So you probably realistically got me a month's worth of banh mi's, or you got me practically a whole week's worth of groceries, or 5 or 6 nights at a restaurant. So I appreciate it. And it'll definitely go to good use for sure. So I appreciate it a bunch. Yeah, man, I'm shocked and happy, Nikki, that I am monetized, man. I treat this like a full-time job now. I mean, I don't really have nothing else to do. I have YouTube videos. I do a lot of editing, so that's my main focus, is my editing and stuff like that. I know, man. I know how expensive stuff is. It's crazy. $50, $50 in the USA, man. $50 goes quick. $50 is nothing in the USA. It's shocking. I mean, I heard you could go drop 15 to $20 easy on just a McDonald's meal now, especially in California. But $20 for me, man, like literally when me and my girlfriend would go out to dinner, I would spend like no more than 200,000, which is like $8, $9 at most. So it's like crazy. It's crazy. And when I go eat myself, it's even half that. So it's just insane how cheap stuff is here. It's just freaking insane. And it's so crazy to go from the USA lifestyle to the Asian lifestyle, because you go like, what the hell have I been doing? It's crazy. Now, who it's probably more shocking for is the people that come from Asia and see the cheap prices, and then they go to a place like USA and they're probably like, what the hell is going on? This is insane. I know, man. I know. Inflation went up drastically. Even inflation in travel. When I was traveling in 2019, plane tickets like inter-country, like going from Thailand to Vietnam or Vietnam to Philippines or Indonesia to Vietnam, 25, $30, maybe $35 one way. Now they're like $50 at least one way. So it's like almost double. So inflation is just crazy. I used to go stay in the Philippines back in 2019, and I would get a nice 1 bedroom Airbnb for $20, $25. Now those same places I've looked, because you're able to check back and see at places you stayed, and 25 $25 turned into like $45 at the cheapest. Some of them are even like 50, $55. So they basically doubled in price. It's crazy, man. 1,000 per person. So return Vietnam trip. Where do you look? So I'm going to tell you, I always check Skyscanner. So give me the airport you're looking at. Let's just see if we can find something real quick for you. I want to see what airport would you be leaving from? Let's see if we can find you something cheaper. What airport are you leaving to, and where are you flying into? Are you flying into Da Nang or Ho Chi Minh? I think you mentioned. Okay, let's try. Is any of those specific that you would rather leave from? Madrid would probably be cheaper, I'm guessing. Let's try Madrid. So let's Madrid to Da Nang. I think it's actually going to be cheaper for you to land in Ho Chi Minh, but let's just kind of take a look at it real quick. This is all live. I wish I had my OBS set up on this so everyone could see it. What month? What month did you say? We'll continue. July, no, June 1st. June 1st. June 1st. So let's take a look at June 1st. We're going to take a look at the whole month. If you're flexible, let's take a look. So June. Wow, they're not even showing anything. That's crazy. I don't know why. Maybe it's too far out. That's crazy. It's not showing me anything. Let me try one other thing. That's crazy. This is the first time I've ever had this happen. Madrid. There we go. We couldn't show results. Wow. I don't understand why that is. Okay, so I see May. So here's what I found for May. I know you're leaving in June, but this will at least give me an idea. So I do see Vietnam Airlines. Vietnam Airlines would have 2 stops, and it'd be $655. Oh, but wait, you're doing a round trip, correct? I'm sorry. Let me put that round trip in. Let's do June 1st to July 1st. I see what you see. Yeah. So if you do June 1st to July 1st, I'm seeing $1,000 too. Is it it's probably Vietnam Airlines, probably. I probably see that exact one that you got. So it's probably that same exact one. Yeah, man. So the larger hubs that you leave from are definitely going to be cheaper. It just sucks. Flying into Da Nang is also an extra charge because it's not the main hub. If you flew into Ho Chi Minh, it would probably be a little bit cheaper, but then you will need to get a flight from Ho Chi Minh or a train or a bus, which kind of negates the cost. But yeah, man, it looks like it's gonna be about $1,000. I would probably try to wait a little bit because the farther out that you are, it kind of seems counterintuitive, but the farther away you are from your date, they know that you need the ticket. And once it comes up a little bit sooner, not like as in 2 days or 3 days before your trip, but if you wait a little bit longer, sometimes those prices come down. I'm still Mark. I'm still live. So that's the guy, Mark, that I was mentioning you about that I'm going to try to do my first interview with. I've been on for 3 hours, Mark. So we've been having a nice little solid stream, man. I've got a lot of great supporters and great viewers in here. So we've been, actually the time's been flying by. Make videos about what you want and post them on YouTube, like how to get. I want to do that e-visa. That e-visa one I is in the back of my mind too. Every time I do the restaurant and the food ones, it seems like you guys don't like them. I don't get many views on them. I don't know why. But now, granted, a lot of those food videos that I did was before I got monetized. So maybe that's a reason. Maybe you guys will watch them more after I got monetized. Maybe I just wasn't getting that many views. But I love doing the food videos, man. I love cooking also. So I do love going out and doing food videos, but it just seemed like whenever I did food videos, they wouldn't really do that good. So we'll see. I want to be my own boss. Like I said, if I can make constant money and pay my bills here, man, I'll be the longest lasting Denong living vlogger here. If I could support myself living in Denong, I can see myself living here for a long time. I'll try to outlast that guy Travis. I'll try to outlast Sammy. I can see myself living here for a long time. I love the food videos too. I love doing them because I find some nice places. I find some cool little local spots. I find some random, unique foods, and I think people would like them. But for some reason, my food videos just don't last that good. Oh, he did a dating video. I did not see that. I kind of seen, I think he popped up on my home screen. I was eating breakfast this morning and I was just flipping through my YouTube and I seen a screenshot, but I don't know if that was the video, but I think they seen it. Long-term visa, I asked so I'm not sure if you just seen my visa video. If you didn't, go check it out after we're done here. But I sat down and I spoke to the visa agency. I did an interview one-on-one with him. And I asked him, I said, is there any news coming out about any new visas? Because I was mentioning the 1-year visa. He said he doesn't think so, but he did say that he thinks, not for sure, but he thinks if anything's going to come, that it could be a free 45-day visa exemption for Americans. He said that's possibility and that might be coming soon, possibly. So, you know how the Europeans, a lot of European countries, they get the free 45-day visa exemption. They could just land here and stay here for 45 days. He thinks that that option is coming for Americans. It wouldn't work for me because I like to stay here 90 days or longer. So I wouldn't really benefit from it, but it would benefit any first-time travelers that only want to be in Da Nang or Vietnam for 45 days or less. So that might be coming out. The grocery store, man, I like the grocery store too. The problem is the problem is YouTube doesn't force me to, but you kind of want to make at least 8-minute videos because you get paid by the advertisers and the views that you get. And if you do an 8-minute video, you get more ads. It's called a mid-roll. So I got to kind of focus my videos around 8 minutes or longer. So it's kind of hard to do those videos. I guess I can use my brain and figure out how to make them a little bit longer, but I do like making the grocery videos and the food videos. I'm going out to dinner tomorrow night, so I'm going to try to possibly either do a live stream from there, or I'm going to try to get some video footage and post that for you guys. Anytime going out. So put it this way, Salty Crabs, my monthly food budget is about $160 a month here, a month. So what you can go spend in one night, I spend in a month, maybe a little bit extra. But if you went out to dinner twice in a month at that $100, you would be over my monthly budget. I have not heard any talk about the retirement visa. The agency said nothing about it. They just passed the 90-day visa last year. So it's only been around for 1 year that they brought back the 90-day. Because last year when I was here, I was doing a border run every 30 days. Last year, it was only a 30-day visa. So now it's 90 days. But we're going to have to see. The agency said he didn't really think anyone was going to come about. But he did say that possibility in the works is that Americans will get a free 45-day visa exemption. It won't help long-term people because we would still end up paying the $25 for the 90-day visa. But for people that want to come to Vietnam for short-term, for Americans, it would be good. Your videos are the best. Wow, man, I appreciate it. When you say that, it's mind-blowing to me because when I look at all the videos and I go look at the views, I see the people that I mentioned. Travis, I think his name's Travis Travels. I see his stuff is getting all the views. He gets tons of views. I think he gets like 20,000 views. He's the man as far as the views and everything that I see. And then Sammy, man, I see Sammy is kind of like the second guy here. I see he's got a lot more subscribers than me, and he gets a lot more views than me. I'm supposed to go meet up with him tomorrow. So I kind of feel like I'm like the third guy on that list, which is still great. I'm glad I'm even on that list, but all those other guys get much more videos and much more views than me. Oh yeah, the Western prices, man. I'm telling you, when you come out here, just even if you don't come to Vietnam, if you come to most Southeast Asian countries, the price difference is insane. How about you interview people like Everyman? That's exact. So I don't think you were in here. So I mentioned that you must have not been in here when I mentioned it, but I'm gonna interview. There's a guy in here, Mark. He's gonna be my very first interview. He's an American that lives in the Philippines. This week, probably maybe early next week, I'm going to interview him and do his Every Man Has a Story. I'm going to ask him about living in the USA, why he came out here, tell us about the life, tell us about the Philippines, tell us about his trip in Danong, just kind of a basic life story about traveling. I would like to do that. And then I have two neighbors from Canada that I just ran into and met today. I asked them if they wanted to do an interview, and they both said yes. One guy writes books and he's a publisher. The other guy is building his brand. He focuses on like boxing, UFC gym, stuff like that. So I'm going to try to do interviews with them. So I'm thinking that I'm going to try to add a few interviews per month, maybe one a week, maybe one every other week. But if you guys like the interviews, I would love shifting gears a little bit and doing interviews every once in a while too. Are you aware that buy me a yeah, so I have that. So I do have it. So the YouTube does hammer you. The YouTube hammers you good on the tips. That's why Chris, if you guys ever, that's why I keep kind of pushing this. If you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see in my description, if you go, my very first link is buy me a coffee. And if you guys hit that buy me a coffee link on my YouTube page, it will directly take you to buy me a coffee. And then you guys can just pop it in right there. And yeah, it saves me a good amount on the fees. Steve actually just dropped me a coffee and I appreciate it, man. That was awesome of him. 1,000% appreciate it. So yeah, it would be nice if people would send it either to my PayPal, which is on the link, or the buy me a coffee, just because YouTube kind of gets their little grubby hands on it. And I think, I'm not positive, so I can't say, but I think they take like 50% out. But I mean, a tip is a tip. So no matter how much I get from it or how much they take out, I still appreciate it. But the buy me a coffee is a much lower rate. And I think PayPal is a lower rate too. So if you guys could do that, it would be awesome. It would be better. And if not, if you guys just leave it here, it's awesome too. So no matter what, I appreciate it. So Janine, so you know what's weird is when I go into my YouTube analytics, you can kind of see like what my audience watches, what videos they watch. YouTube analytics will show you all that. She is the number one person that I guess my videos get recommended to or from is from her. I've only seen one of her videos, but I guess our channels are kind of tied together as far as YouTube mentioning us. So I kind of think if you watch my videos, she gets mentioned, or if you watch her videos, my channel gets mentioned. So we're kind of linked together, at least as far as my understanding. I've only seen one of her videos. I think she did like a whitewater river rafting one, but I seen that they kind of link us up. That's probably how, yeah. So that's how YouTube kind of promotes us. I want to see if I can find that. If I can find it, I will show you that. So that's probably how I got popular, is because of her channel and someone else. I think there was someone else that did that. So I want to see if I can check my views. I'll show you. It's kind of crazy how YouTube works. But you guys, about a month ago when I did my apartment video is when my channel blew up. So I think YouTube was pushing my apartment channel either on their home screen, which is probably where you guys found me, or it was on like a Sammy's channel, or it was on that Janine's channel, because that's who they were telling me my audience. So let me see if I can find this for you guys. See, here you go. This is kind of crazy how in depth YouTube gets. So look, it says what my audience is watching. And so this is this guy, John Sabo, I think his name is. He does really good videos. I watch his stuff. His stuff is great. I would love to meet him. I think he's out here too. His stuff is awesome. But if you look what my audience watches, there's one right there. So there's like a Sammy video right there. There's Earn Lucky. And then if you scroll down, it'll even tell you the channel. So this is who others' channel my subscribers watch. So if you see it's Sammy, it's Travis, it's John. She was on my list. She might have popped off. So maybe I'm not good enough to be on her list anymore. But these are the other people that they say that I'm kind of linked to. So it's kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm just terrified to ride a scooter out here. A guidebook. See, that's the kind of stuff that I need to get into. I don't know if I really want to do the course thing. All these YouTubers do courses, and I don't know how good that is, but I kind of like the guide stuff. I would like to do a guide based on my stuff that I can vouch for, rather than, some people say like go to the Lady Buddha. And it's like, I would like to give you guys my real favorite stuff, not what everyone else sells you. So carnivore diet, my neighbor actually does it, and shockingly, I know it doesn't look like it, but I've been trying to do the carnivore diet a lot also. That's why I go down to the butcher shop. The problem is I get a weakness for bread and I get a weakness for sugar, but I would say I try to do the carnivore diet. I've been eating a lot of ground beef and eggs, but it's very simple. Eggs are extremely cheap. I buy 10 eggs here for $1.20. So the eggs are cheap. Ground beef is about $4 a pound here. So if you want to go the cheap route, load up on ground beef at the butcher shop. You guys have probably seen the butcher shop in my video, and eggs are dirt cheap, but you can do it very easy here. The hardest part probably is going to be going to the restaurants to do it. So now at the restaurants, you're going to have to avoid the rice, the vegetables, but I guess you would just order your meat and probably get a double portion of it. That's probably how you would do it. I started when you were apartment shopping because I was looking for a house there, and channel popped up. Yep, everybody that I kind of known when I did that apartment, the first one especially, that channel that video kind of blew me up, and it got me a lot of subscribers. Honestly, guys, I almost wasn't gonna post that video. I'm glad I did, but that video, I was like, you know what? I don't want to finish this video. It's taking me too long, and I almost didn't finish it, but I did, and I think that was posted about 1 month ago, and I think I'm at 22,000 or 23,000 views on it now, and that got me like 200 subscribers. So I'm glad I did that video, and that's when I realized you guys like the apartment videos. The flight. So the truth, I'm going to tell you in two ways. I'm kind of the guy that I like to take a direct flight. I hate getting off and waiting, but there's not really many options, especially coming into Da Nang. So you could do two things. Ideally, what I would like, it's much harder to find, but ideally, what I would love is to land in like maybe a Bangkok. So I would try to take let's say you flew from San Francisco. I don't know where you're from, but I would fly from San Francisco. I would get the cheapest flight into Bangkok. Bangkok is going to be your big hug, so you're probably going to pay cheap. What I would do is I would stay in Bangkok for 1 or 2 days, and then I would take a domestic flight, like an Air Asia from Bangkok to Da Nang. I would do it that way rather than trying to get it all done in 1 day. One, you're going to save money because it's going to be cheaper to fly into Bangkok. Two, you kind of can discover Bangkok for a day or two, and then you're going to pay the much cheaper rate from like an Air Asia to Da Nang, which is going to be like an hour-and-a-half flight, which at maybe like $60 or $70. That's how I would do it. If not, if you want to get it done all at one time, then you're probably going to have at least one layover, and it's probably going to be in Korea, or it's probably going to be in Taiwan. And then you will either wait 4 hours, 2 hours, 6 hours, however long the layover is, and then you'll take the connection flight into Da Nang. I feel the same way, Bluey. I don't risk the scooter. The way that they drive here is insane. And the in drive or the grab is only like $1 or $2 at the most to get almost anywhere here. So I just chalk it up. I do the fasting, so I do the fasting. Um, Man, I appreciate it, Joe. I really appreciated it. Some of my videos are obviously better than the others. Um, so my goal, and I hope that it comes across that way, but every new video that I do, I try to improve at least a certain amount, a percentage on all my new videos that I do. I try to at least be 1% or if not more better on each one of my videos that I put out. I try to do a little better job on editing. I try to give you guys a little more information. I try to not make it's hard because I shoot so much video and I need to edit it down and I want to explain things, but I have to have that fine line between explaining things and getting too boring because there's a fine line between that. When I talk too much or I explain stuff too much, there's a fine line between explaining it and dragging it on and getting a little boring. So that's kind of the thing too. I actually had a good time tonight, guys. It was interesting. And I kind of like how I got the mix. I got that early crowd. I kind of like how the YouTube stream works because you'll get that early crowd that will be interested in certain categories. And then we had like a middle crowd come in. And now like this is like the late crowd. So it's kind of cool to run into all these three different people. And we've been doing it for 3 hours and 20 minutes. So I think I do one of the longest lives out of a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people do these lives this long, but time goes by fast and I enjoy doing them. So I can't complain on that aspect. I just can't complain. Let's see. Do you guys got any other last questions? I think I'm going to kind of wrap it up in the next few minutes or so. Maybe we'll hit 3 hours and 30 minutes. We're at 3:25 right now. I'm trying to think if I have anything else important to tell you guys. The only thing that I just asked from you guys is just to view the videos that I put out, just so I know that you guys are watching and that you like the videos. Besides that, if you guys want to book the consultation, I have 2 different ones. Diving or snorkeling. I have heard people that do it. I just don't know where. I'll let you guys in on a little secret about me. I'm kind of terrified of being in water that I can't see the bottom of. So if I can't see the bottom of water, I don't get into it. It's kind of scary to me. Pool, I can get into a pool because obviously I can see the bottom, but if I can't see what's in the water, I don't really like to get into it. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask on diving, but I do hear people talk about diving out here. I hear people talk about surfing and everything like that. So all that stuff is available. The live stream, we're at 3 hours and 27 minutes. So that's great. I'm thinking I'm going to try to hit that 3 hour and 30 mark. I think everyone's kind of tiring out because at the earlier point, everybody was talking and I think we're fading. So much cheaper, but 18 to 24 hours. The truth. Yeah. I'm terrified of even fish or crabs. Whenever I see them or whenever they touch me or brush up against me, I don't eat seafood. So I don't like looking at seafood. I don't like touching seafood. I don't like eating it. So I don't like seeing water that I can't see in. You know what I was going to say, guys? So here's what I'm going to do. Everybody talks about the scooter. I still don't know if I'm going to make this promise. I might. I will do a video on this if I decide to do it. But you guys know how terrified I am of scooters. But I'm going to probably do something. If I can hit 5,000 subscribers, which I don't know if I can, I will rent a scooter. I don't know if I should put it at 5,000 or 10,000 subscribers. But if I hit that point, I will rent a scooter. I will try to get over my fears and I'll rent a scooter for one day because I think you guys would like a scooter video. But I kind of want to make it at a kind of a hard, far away subscriber goal so that I kind of don't have to do it. I would love to get to 5,000 or 10,000 and have to do it, but at the same time, I would love not doing it. So it would work out for me in both situations, because if I never hit 5 or 10,000, then I never would have to ride the scooter. But if I did hit 5 or 10,000 and I had to rent the scooter, at least I would hit that subscriber mark. So maybe I'll make that kind of little not an ultimatum, but maybe make that proclamation that, I don't know. I want to say 5,000 because it's so far away, but I'm terrified even at 5,000 of riding a scooter. So maybe if I hit 10,000, oh man, I would wear a helmet. I would drive like a grandma. I would probably have pants, full pants on. I would have it all. And I don't even know if I would hit. I'm gonna probably say, the more that I think about it, I want to do 10,000, just because I don't think I'm gonna hit 10,000. But if I did hit 10,000, I would probably have to be terrified and get on a scooter and do it, just because I hit that point. But it would be a good fair trade off. I was terrified when I went to Bangkok. I was in the I forgot the name of the tower, but it's like the tallest tower in Bangkok. Damn, I forgot the name. It's on the tip of my tongue. King Power. That's what it's called. King Power, the King Power Tower. And what happened was, I went up there and they have a rooftop. It's like the 50th floor. And I finally got enough courage. I get scared on certain stuff, man. So I got enough courage to stand on the see-through glass bottom. And literally, when I went to step in there, I've never had this in my life happen, but my legs just would not move. I could not physically move my leg to get it to step on the glass. Like I literally had to grab my leg and kind of put it there, but my body just locked up. I was just terrified. And I kind of feel that I would be the same way on a scooter. Like, I know how to ride a scooter. I rode a scooter in the USA and I had no problem with it. But there's stop signs, there's laws, there's right of ways, there's stop lights, stop signs. Here, I would be terrified, not because of me, of how I drive. I'd be terrified that the scooter is going to pull out in front of me, that a truck's going to swerve. That's what I'm terrified about. Those glass floors, man, I was terrified. I never had that before. Like my leg, I physically could not get my leg to stand on it. It was crazy. My legs just locked up. But what I'm going to say, so you guys are the exclusive. You guys heard it here first. If I get to 10,000 subscribers, I will do a video and rent a scooter for a day. I'm going to put that thing so far away. I mean, that's like 8,500 more subscribers, which I don't think I will get to. If I do, I would love it. And I will ride a scooter. But I'm assuming that's a very, very long, far away ways off if that happens. So if I get to 10,000 subscribers, I will rent a scooter for a day, and I will do some kind of video. Like maybe I'll try to get the hell out of the tourist area so I won't be around all these damn drivers. But if I get to 10,000 subscribers, you guys heard it here, 10,000 subscribers, I'll rent a scooter for a day. So that's your guys' motivation to get me to 10,000, is that I will ride a scooter. Gary, so here's my take on it. I hate spending the extra money on a SIM card like that. What I would recommend, and what I have, is I have a Google Voice phone number. So before you leave the USA, I would recommend getting a Google Voice phone number. That's what I have now. So when I call my bank, when I call anything in the USA, I just use my Google Voice number. I don't have a SIM back in the USA. I don't have pay a monthly. I just have my free Google Voice phone number, and that's what I use. And so far, it's been good. I've been able to do my bank verification codes. I've been able to do everything like that. If you don't mind spending the extra money and you want the extra assurance of having the international plan, then do it. But I think the Google free plan, the Google Voice phone plan, works perfectly fine for me. If you have the money to blow and you just want the security and don't care about spending the money, then do it. But if you want to ditch that bill, I would go with Google Voice. So I get my bank codes on that Google Voice, and I have Bank of America and I have Charles Schwab. And both of those, I'm able to perfectly call Charles Schwab and I'm able to get those codes. So I can do it with Google Voice. So I would download, if you're in the USA right now, I would download Google Voice. I would get you a USA number and make sure. I heard that if you don't use it, like if you don't make a phone call or a text every 6 months or 1 year, they will shut you down. So I would just make sure you download it. And then every once in a while, just make one quick phone call to anybody just to keep it active. But download Google Voice. That's what I would recommend using. Let's see what else. Let's see. I'm trying to think of anything else. You guys have any other questions? Let's see. I think you guys are falling asleep on me. Man, it's 2:30 in the morning for me Vietnam time, and it seems like you guys are falling asleep on me. What countries are you guys? Where are you all you guys at right now? I know some of you guys are in the USA, but what else are you guys? Any of you guys outside? Anybody else outside of the USA? Spain. Serbia. Oh man. So you know what's funny? I actually had a trip to Serbia planned April of 2020, but obviously we know what happened then. So I had my European trip planned. I had Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Georgia, Poland, and I was gonna go do Croatia. I had a bunch of my stuff booked, and then COVID hit, so that trip never happened. But actually, I was going to Serbia and Croatia and Montenegro. I was actually going to go to, but obviously, COVID shut that down. So who knows? I don't know what it would have been like, but I would have been out there back in 2020, but it didn't. It didn't happen. British American. Okay. So do you live in Serbia or are you just traveling there? Where's your actual base? Where do you base yourself? I've been to 9 countries in Europe. I've been to every 3 months. Okay. So I've been to UK. So I've been to London or England. I've been to France, which I went to Paris. I went to Madrid. I went to Rome, Italy. I went to Prague and Czech. I went to Budapest. I went to the Vatican City. I went to Vienna. And I feel like I'm missing one other country. I can't remember my other country. Novi Sad. Okay, I know somebody that's family was from there. I think her dad or something was from there, but I've never really investigated or looked too deep into it. I would like to get back to Europe again. The problem with Europe is, as an American, we can only stay there for 90 days and then you got to leave. But I guess you can technically go outside of the EU. But I heard a lot of the countries back in 2019, there was a lot of non-EU like Bulgaria and Romania. But I kind of think they joined the EU. A couple of countries just recently in the past 5 years joined EU, which kind of shut that down. So I'd probably have to go to Georgia, which I don't mind going to Georgia. I was planning on going to Georgia. I was planning on going to Ukraine before. This is back in 2019, but obviously Ukraine is kind of out of the option now. But the thing about it is obviously it's going to be much more expensive to go out to Europe. And then the problem is you got to kind of leave after 90 days. So I would either have to go bounce around and go to a non-EU country to hang out for a few months, or I would just have to like go to Europe for 3 months and then come right back to Asia. So it's kind of like a cost prohibited thing. But if this channel grows big, man, I would love if I get to 10,000 subscribers and I start paying my bills and I start making some money, maybe I'll go back to Europe. So not only will I ride a scooter, but maybe at 10,000 I'll do a scooter, and maybe I'll start going back to Europe and do another trip in Europe. So who knows, man? Who knows how these YouTube channels work out? It's crazy because I actually used to watch a lot of travel channels. I don't know if you guys know them, but the channels that I watch are like Filipina P, Geo in the Philippines, Bald and Bankrupt. I watch a guy named Ken Abroad. I don't know if you guys know him. I watch a lot of guys, and when I used to watch them, I started watching them back in about 2019. They were like small channels like me, like 1,000 subscribers, 500 subscribers, 1,500 subscribers, 2,000 subscribers. Now those guys have like hundreds of thousands, and they have like 50,000, 100,000, 150, 500. And it's like, it's crazy because it's kind of like a parent. I watched those people when they were nothing. They were 600 people. Now they have hundreds of thousands and they go everywhere. Travel with Chris. I've been watching Travel with Chris forever. I don't know if you guys know Travel with Chris. I like his channel. I used to watch him when he was on God, I forgot their name. The guy, his buddy is the Holistic Trainer. No, it's not. I watch Holistic Trainer. I don't know if you guys know him. He's the Australian guy with the Thai girlfriend. And then there was another one, Divert Living. That channel broke up. There was another guy, American guy, that had it. I think she was from Thailand or from Korea, and they broke up, so their channel kind of faded away. But Chris started from their channel, so I used to watch all these guys. And now, man, those guys travel the world, man. I would love to be at their level. And if I can get to that level, that would be exactly the stuff that I would like to do, is exactly what their channels are. I would love to be Bald and Bankrupt. Bald and Bankrupt is probably my overall funniest YouTube channel that I would love. When I cut my hair, it's pretty bald now, but when I cut my hair, I could be Bald and Bankrupt Junior, because I'm not bankrupt, but I'm not much farther from bankrupt, and I am bald. So maybe I can pass off as a relative. 90 days is a lot of Russians and Koreans. Yeah. That's what happened in Georgia. So in Georgia, what happened was I was going to go to Tbilisi, and it was very, very cheap in 2019. But then when the Russia situation happened, I heard a lot of people went to Tbilisi in Georgia, and now like rent prices were like triple. So it kind of killed me going to Tbilisi in Georgia. 3 live streamings. It's been 3 hours live, still streaming, and many are still watching. Man, honestly, man, I would almost probably do a live stream until the last person stayed. Sometimes I have to force myself to stop live streaming. I don't know why. I honestly enjoy doing it. You love Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia, Montenegro. I would like to go to those places. It's just the funds thing. So if I start making a good living, I would love to do it. You know, another guy that I watched, have you guys heard of Gabriel Travels? I like his stuff. People say his stuff is like boring, but I like those kind of channels where there's not a lot of editing and he just kind of talks. I like those kind of channels. His name's Benjamin Rich. I knew it was Benjamin. I never knew his last name though. Bald. He comes across as like a great guy. I would love to meet him too. Like, obviously, if I met him, I would try to do a little video with him, and probably my channel would be a lot bigger. But I used to watch Bald and Bankrupt and Harold, who is his little buddy that also does travel videos. Gabriel Travels, I like him. He's been kind of doing it like, I would love to even be on his level. Like, I think he doesn't make a ton of money, but he definitely makes enough to travel. I just watched his channel the other day. I think he's like in Egypt, and he was just in Turkey the other day. But that is my ultimate goal. Like, I would love to base myself in Asia, but I would love to be able to go travel in Europe, maybe for 30, 60, 90 days. I'd love to go to Morocco. I'd love to go to maybe Egypt, different places like that, and then come back to Asia, base myself out here. And if my channel can grow and I can start making money, I would literally. Here's the other thing. I want you guys to basically use me as your guys' eyes. So if I can get monetized where I have enough money that I can go travel to these other countries, I will literally be your guys' personal servant. Like if you guys want to see me go to um, Portugal, if everyone will say, "Hey man, we want to see you go eat at this one restaurant in Portugal or go to this one place," I will literally do that. I would literally be doing that right now if I had the money. I would put a poll on the community in YouTube. I'd say, "Hey, where do you guys want me to go? What do you want me to do?" And basically, you guys would just tell me to do that. If I ever get to that point where I make that money, that's where I see the future of this channel. Like if you guys say, "Hey, I seen Mark Weens go to this place. It's called the craziest place in Serbia. We want you to go there." I will literally get on a plane. I don't care how long it takes or whatever, and I will go do that video. As long as I can pay my bills and pay for that trip, I will go. I will literally do that. So maybe if I get to that point, maybe that's what the channel will turn into. But I always will keep it a travel channel. I've been to Portugal too. I was in Lisbon. I really liked Lisbon. Yep. I know that Bald was from the UK, and I think at least the story that I heard, like he got divorced, and then he started a travel channel. It's crazy the camera that he uses. I've never seen someone use that little camera on the stick that he uses, but it seems like it works for him, and he's been using it for a long time. A lot of people, yeah, 1,000 euros. When I was in Europe, it was still somewhat affordable. Paris was a little bit expensive. London was a little bit expensive, but Budapest was extremely cheap, and Prague was not too expensive. Those were the two cities, and even Portugal, even in Lisbon, wasn't too bad. Mark Weens, I love Mark Weens. I've been watching Mark Weens for like 5 years. Backpacker Ben, I've heard the name, but I don't think I've watched too much of his stuff. So Gary, I don't know about that. But like I said, I've been able to use Google Voice with it, Gary. So if you download Google Voice, you should be able. I have Bank of America, I have Charles Schwab, and I'm able to get my verification codes through Google Voice. So I would recommend getting Google Voice. But I don't necessarily know a cell phone provider that you should use. Maybe if you have one in the USA now, you can ask them about their international plan. But I have been able to use Google Voice with no problem and do my verification codes. So that has not been a problem with me at all. I love Lisbon. Lisbon was one of the first European cities that I went to. First ever that I went to was London. Second ever was Paris. And then I think I went from Paris to Lisbon. And then I went from Lisbon to Spain. But I really like Lisbon is like a European version of San Francisco. They have the same bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge looks exactly like the Lisbon Bridge. So it's very similar. I know Prague was cheap. The last time I was there, I was at the tail end of the early part of 2019 and it was still cheap. That's the first place I ever, no, second place. Second place I've ever had goulash. I never had goulash in my life. First place I ever had goulash was in Budapest in Hungary. And it was one of the best foods I've ever had. I would probably say goulash was one of my favorite foods that I had in Europe was the goulash. The goulash in Budapest was great. It was amazing. I loved it a lot. I had goulash in Czech too in Prague. My travel buddy would probably get mad if I told it, but I actually enjoyed the goulash better in Budapest than I did in Prague. But it's weird. A goulash, it never sounded good to me. I never heard of it. I think I've heard of it like on TV shows and stuff like that. But when I had it, it was amazing. It was very good. Oh, they have goulash in Serbia. Okay. I actually have some relatives by marriage that are from Serbia. They've lived in Serbia and they moved over here. A Serbian guy married my aunt, and he always used to tell me about Serbia. He was in Serbia till he was like 20 or 20 something years old. So he's told me a lot about Serbia. Yeah, it's like a beef stew, but it's like a beef stew. It's kind of like a pot roast, but it's much more spicier. Not spicier in the heat sense, but much more spices go into it. I like the different variety of spices that go into it. It's very nice. I went to a restaurant in Budapest. I think I went to the goulash restaurant 3 times in 1 week, at least 2 times, and I got the same thing. I got goulash 2 or 3 different times. Okay, it's all over in the Balkans. Okay, makes sense. I never got out to Croatia. I never got out to Serbia, but I would have loved. My next European trip was going to be to Eastern Europe. I mostly went to Western Europe, but I really always wanted to get to Eastern Europe. I wanted to get to Eastern Europe. It's a better value, and I kind of just wanted to explore Eastern Europe more, but I never just got a chance to go there. All over the Balkans, it's spicy and rich gravy. I had the I had the goulash with the mashed potatoes, and then I had a side of these deep fried mushrooms. I remember that dinner, and it was pretty damn good. I did not know that. Serbia. Okay. I did not know that. Serbia. I did not know that. It was on my list, and like I said, I had my trip booked, but I did not make it. I think it was like April 11th. COVID shut everything down because I was landing in Poland. I think Poland was my first stop, and my trip was for April 20th, 2020. I still remember the date and everything because I remember on April 11th, I was driving back from my dad's house to my house, and I remember they said, "Oh, all the air flights are shut down." And I was like, "What the hell?" It was like literally, it must have been 17 days, little over 2 weeks before my flight was going to leave to Poland. And I didn't end up making it. I kind of wish it would have been delayed and I would have been in Europe when the lockdown happened. At least I would have been able to discover it, but it shut down 17 days before I went to Europe. Yeah, that's different. It's a whole different atmosphere in Europe. Europe's a lot different than the USA, and Europe's a lot different than Asia. So it's definitely a kind of like a variety of stuff. Let's see. Let's update. See if we got any more subscribers, man. I would love to. It looks like maybe by tomorrow. I'm hoping by tomorrow when I do my new video, we'll hit 1,600. So hopefully we'll hit that point. But we're at 3 hours and 51 minutes, man. I think this is my longest live ever. I know I keep saying I'm going to go, but I'm going to stick around only for another 9 minutes. I want to hit the 4-hour mark. Once I hit that 4-hour mark, I think I'm going to sign off. But if you guys got any other questions or any stories, got about 8 more minutes left. Be on the lookout for the new video tomorrow. I have to just upload it, write the description, and do the thumbnail for it. So I'm hoping it'll be up afternoon for me. I'm hoping it'll be up in about 13, 14 hours from right now. That will be up. I'm going to get off here. I'm going to open up the membership. I don't know if I just activate and just hit the membership button and it turns on. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to start working on the in-service meet and greet service that I'm going to provide. So I'm hoping to have all this stuff done by this week. I did not, that's another one, man. So I was technically supposed to go to Scotland in 2022 or 2023. My cousin was going to get married in Scotland. I guess he married a lady from Scotland, and everybody was going to go to that. And at the last minute, it got canceled or it got postponed. So I was supposed to go to Europe again for the second time, and I was supposed to go to Scotland, and Scotland got canceled. But my brother, who's my half brother, his mom's side is all Scottish. So they're all from Scotland, but I've never been there yet before. I would never try haggis. I'm too scared. So anybody that watches me, I eat beef, I eat chicken, I eat pork. I am terrified of organ meat. I'm terrified of bone marrow. I'm terrified of any seafood. I have a weak stomach in that aspect. Hello, come to Morocco. I think you know what? I will get out to Morocco. You know, my travel buddy in Europe, he loves Morocco. I think his girlfriend is from Morocco, and he just bought a condo there, and he has an Airbnb. He turned it into an Airbnb, and he keeps telling me that he loves Morocco. So I will get out to Morocco the next time, whenever that is, that I go to Europe. I will probably go to Morocco. So I definitely will be in Morocco, and I would love to make some videos in Morocco. As soon as I start making that big bald and bankrupt type of money, I will be able to go out there. I can't eat chicken livers. I can't eat. People say, oh, it's the most healthy. It's the most good. I have a mental thing with that kind of food. I just have a mental food. It's just kind of crazy. Yeah, I will try to get out to Morocco the next time I get to Europe since it's so close. I was supposed to get to Europe a while back ago, but I just did not get there because of COVID. But the next time I get out to that region, who knows when that'll be. I see myself staying in Asia for a while just because I enjoy it and I love being here and the financial aspect. Um Are you talking about convert it in your head, like when someone says, "Hey, it's 50,000 dong," or are you talking about convert it as in you take the physical cash and go convert it? Or are you just talking about how do you mentally switch it in your mind, Gary? I went to Morocco 1988. Wow. Travel has been a lot different since 88. Remember, back in 88, you guys didn't have Google Maps. You didn't have a lot of that tech. There was no sky scanner. There was no internet. So that was real time travel. I kind of feel like it was a lot cheaper back then, but it was a lot harder to navigate things. So, Gary, if you're talking about, oh, okay. So VND is easy. So this is how I do it. VND is 25,000 to the dollar. So basically just think of every 25,000 is a dollar. So 25 times 4 is 100,000. So 100,000 VND is $4. So every 25,000 VND is $1, or every 100,000 is $4. So 1 million VND is 40 US dollars. So for every 1 million, it's $40. 25,000 to the dollar. KIF. I've never heard of KIF. Maybe I've seen it or something, but I don't know what it is by the name. So that's how I do it, Gary. It's 25,000 to the dollar. It's very simple when you think of it that way. A banh mi out here is 20,000. So that your typical banh mi is 20,000, which obviously is less than 25,000 or a dollar. So a banh mi is about 75 cents. 1 million dong is $40. So for every million, it's $40. For every 100,000, it's $4. So that's basically how I convert it. Or if not, the simplest way, even myself who knows currency, I'll show you. So I use this currency converter. You just pop it in right here. Let's put in $1. $1 is 24,600. So it's right at a dollar. It's right at 25,000. Very simple. If you want to convert it, I use currency converter for the simple thing, but I just know because I've been here so long that 1 million dong is $40, 100,000 is $4, and 25,000 is $1. Divide it by 2. I don't think that ratio works out because 25,000 is $1. Iron ore train? I did not. So I haven't seen a lot of Bald's newer stuff. I used to watch Bald all the way from 2019, all the way basically up till I came back here in Asia. I have missed a lot of his stuff over the past 3, 4, 5 months. But But my favorite stuff was when he was with Harold Balder, when he was in India. I seen a lot of his stuff when he was in Russia, Belarus, all those places. Yeah, so basically how I do it is 25,000 is $1. So if someone says, "Hey, 50,000," that's $2. Hey, it's 75,000, $3. Hey, 100,000, $4. Hey, it's 1,000,000, $40. Hey, it's 2,000,000, $80. 3,000,000, it's $120. That's how I do it. Um, Another guy, I don't know if you guys have seen, because I think a couple people have branched out or ran into bald, like Harold Balder. I only knew him because he was traveling with Bald. And then there's another guy named Simon, right? So Simon kind of popped up on Harold's or on Bald's channel like a year or two after I started watching Bald. And then there's another guy who's actually very close to the city that I'm at, Johnny. Do you guys know Johnny? I think he's from Taiwan, but he's from the USA, but I think he's Taiwanese, or maybe he's China. I think he's Taiwan. Um, he's done a lot of stuff. He lives in Ukraine now. And actually, I've chatted with him a few times. I've never met him in person, but I chatted with him a few times. And he seems to be a cool guy. I think his family all lives in San Francisco, which is about 30 minutes away from me. Simon. So I think Simon popped up on Harold's channel. That's how he kind of got famous, right? Because I didn't know Simon before he was on Bald's channel. So I didn't really know him then. But yeah, he does kind of crazy things. Like literally, like when I was kind of telling you guys, like he kind of just shows up somewhere and just like does whatever. I'm willing to do that. I would love doing that channel where if you guys are like, hey, we want you to go here. We want you to go do this. We want you to go stay in this place. We want you to go to the worst ranked hotel in Cambodia. I will do stuff like that. I just need to be able to make money enough to do that and support my bills living here. And if I do that, I have no problem. I will not try organ meat. I will not ride a scooter, but I have no problem going to these random crazy places that these people do. I did see the Mexico one. I don't know if I seen that exact episode, but I seen the Mexico one where they were getting tacos and then they were out in the desert. And then I seen the one where there was like an American guy came up to them, I think in the airport, and he was like, "Hey, I just got robbed. Can you give me some money?" And like Bald was kind of blowing him off, and he was like, "This is a scam." I don't know if that was in the specific city of Jalisco, but I did see the Mexico one where they were doing that. So I have a bachelor's degree in radio and TV. I wanted to be a sports reporter or even a news anchor, a news reporter. So I have no problem. Like even though it's dangerous, I would go out to places like if I would have been a news reporter, I would have went to Ukraine. I would have went to Afghanistan. I know it's risky, but I would have no problem with it. I might lose a hand, I might get shot, but I'm not nervous about stuff like that. I would not mind it. Like I love watching Drew Binsky stuff. I love watching Drew stuff. He goes to all kinds of places and he tells a great story, man. I like when I do my narration, I love the way that Drew narrates his story. He tells great stories. I wish I could tell stories better. I kind of get a little off track on some of my stories, but Drew does great narration. To Playa del Carmen. Damn, that's crazy. I went to Mexico when I was young. I think I was like 20 or 21. I went to Puerto Vallarta and I went to why can't I think of it? Cancun. I went to Cancun and Puerto Vallarta. I'm willing to do all that. I just have to pay the bills. I have to get I am monetized. I just need to be able to make enough money. If I do that, I would definitely grow this channel. And everyone just keeps saying it's kind of, I guess you kind of say it's kind of like it's good and it's bad because it's good. Like everyone's like, hey man, your channel is gonna grow. Don't worry, man. We love your channel. It's gonna grow. The money's gonna come. But when you're in that situation now and you're not at that point, you always kind of look at it as like, when is it gonna happen? Is it gonna come around? When is this gonna be? Is this gonna happen? So you can't really see what do they say? You can't really see the jungle through the trees. So I don't really see it right now, but maybe in a year, maybe I'll be like, wow, I have 15,000 subscribers and, now I can travel all the time. But who knows? I just take it as it comes. Like literally like 40 days ago, I had maybe 500 or 600 subscribers and I wasn't monetized. So just in a month, a lot's happened. I'm not patient. That's the big thing. I am never been a patient person. So things seem to take forever for me because it just seems like it takes so slow. Yeah, I heard kind of just stay away from the border cities. Like I have a Mexican buddy that's here. He's been living in Danong for like 6 months, like me too. He did the border run with me, and I've hung out with him a few times. And he kind of says the Mexico stuff is a little overblown, but basically the thing is kind of stay away from the border cities. As long as you're away from the border cities, it's a lot safer than the border cities. Oh, your pesos are in your socks. Yeah, yep. So you'll get a lot of these street markets, Gary, that you can go buy shirts all the time. It's very easy. They're going to be knockoff shirts. They might say like Gucci, they might say like Nike, they might say whatever. They're obviously knockoff Chinese shirts, but they're very cheap and you'll find your size. So that won't be a problem. You'll just be wearing a knockoff shirt, but I mean, nobody will know. I've never been to Tijuana. I've been to Cancun and I've been to Puerto Vallarta. And I actually liked Puerto Vallarta a lot. Speaking of Puerto Vallarta, someone ever asked me, did I ever get sick? And I completely forgot about it. But when I was 20 or 21 years old, I went to Puerto Vallarta. And I think I had a Coke in a glass. And I think it had ice in it. And I think on the last day that I was leaving, I drank a Coke and I was sick for like 2 weeks. Luckily, I didn't get sick until like I was literally almost getting off the plane back in the USA. But after that, I was sick. I literally had to go to the hospital and get some kind of like, I think I had a parasite or something. And they had to give me some kind of medicine because I would not stop going to the bathroom like for like 2 weeks straight. It was crazy. That was the one time I did get sick. So I think it must have been some kind of bacteria or a parasite that I got. But that was back in like 2001. I think I kind of liked Puerto Vallarta better. It's kind of like I compare it. I don't know if you've been there, but I compare Puerto Vallarta like Reno, California, and I compare Cancun like Las Vegas. It's kind of more of a laid back. Puerto Vallarta is a little bit more laid back, family kind of resort, relaxing place. Cancun is more party. I think I really like Cancun because I was like 16 or 17 when I went. So I was getting in the bars. I was drinking alcohol at like 16. And it was like my first international real experience. So I think I kind of liked it because of just the aspect of being international, drinking at 16 years old in Cancun. So I liked it for that aspect. But I think overall, if I think about it now, I think I kind of like Cancun or Puerto Vallarta better. But let's go ahead and wrap this up, man. I know I've been talking forever, man. I wish I can get paid for how long I talk. If I got paid for how long I talk, I would probably be a millionaire. Sometimes I just don't run out of things to say. So we're at 1,579 subscribers. So I'm at 21 subscribers away from 1,600, which I'm thinking with my next video being put up tomorrow, we're probably going to hit 1,600 subscribers probably by tomorrow, which will be awesome. Let me see. Let me just give one last plug to anybody that either wants to join my Facebook page. I appreciate it, Bluey. So anybody that wants to go check, all you do is go to my YouTube page real quick. Whenever you guys get a chance, let me get this set up. So go to my, I hate when this laptop does this. But go to my YouTube page, click on the view details, and then what you'll see is all my links. So you could do the buy me a coffee. You could do the 1 hour consultation if any of you guys want this. The 30-minute consultation. You could support the channel with PayPal. It's similar to the buy me a coffee. If you guys want to follow me on Facebook, I just opened up a Facebook and I opened up an Instagram. Within a few days, you're going to see the in-person service on there also. So if you guys have not subscribed, please go subscribe. If you guys want to book a consultation, book one. We'll do a video call. I'll answer all your guys' questions. If you want to join the Facebook, click on that. If you want to join the Instagram, click on that. I'm going to also open up my membership, maybe as soon as I get off here, or if not, in the next day or so. And then I'll figure out what the rewards or what kind of content I'm going to put on the membership site. I am not on Twitter. I should be on Twitter, but I'm just so computer illiterate on that aspect. Appreciate everything from you, Steve, man. I appreciate everything 1,000%, buddy. You really made my day. I appreciate it. Thanks for the great information, Truth. I appreciate it. I am not on Twitter. I'm I'm barely on Instagram and Facebook, but now I'm up and running with my I have my own Instagram and Facebook, but I just opened up one dedicated solely for the travel channel and for the YouTube channel. So maybe I'll get to Twitter. Maybe I do have a TikTok, but my TikTok sucks. It's never got me any views. So check out my stuff. Look for the new video tomorrow. I'm going to try to do. So this might happen. I might do a live in about 16 hours when I go out to dinner. I can't guarantee you that. I'll either get video footage and put it in my next video, or I'll do a live when I'm streaming at dinner with Sammy and my buddy from the USA. I'm not sure if we're going to do that yet, but possibly look for another live in about 16 or 20 hours from now. But if not, if that live doesn't happen, I will try to do another live by the weekend, maybe by Friday or Saturday my time. So that will be Thursday or Friday or Saturday for you guys. So keep an eye on that, and we'll do another live soon. If you guys have any questions or comments, post them on any one of my videos. I read all my comments. I try to respond to everybody. So if you guys have any questions, just post it there and I'll read it. I try to respond back as soon as possible. But I give you guys all the thumbs up, and I appreciate it. And I'm going to end the stream right here. So I appreciate all you guys, everyone that stuck around. I appreciate it. And thank you guys very much. Where there's a will, there's a way. I love that saying. It's based after me. Appreciate it. Thanks all you guys.